Let's see how that's sounding. I'm probably going to be a little low. Let's see. Is it working? Check, check. All right. So today, someone's going to end up making a compilation of that because I swear I start every video with, so today. So today, we're going to be building a Gamer Girl PC. The reason for it is because no one else does. It makes absolutely no sense. Like, people spend more money on video games each year than they do going to the movies or streaming movies or watching TV or going to sporting events or going to concerts. And like the entire industry is like, yeah, well, the case is come in black, and if you want white, and it's like, okay, you do realize that girls want like cute shit, right? And yeah, they're like, oh, well, too bad. Like that makes absolutely no sense. Like literally half of the people out there, specifically the target audience, like the people who spend the most money buying stuff, just don't have any options except to build. So whatever, we're gonna build it. This one's gonna be pretty affordable. This is gonna be a lot of used components, some new stuff also. The reason for that is people upgrade their gaming stuff like constantly, and so it's not very hard to get a really good deal if you know what you're looking for. So yeah, we are going to be starting with, I mean, basically, this is just called the motherboard right there. The CPU is already installed. I'm not going to pull it unless we start having like crazy issues or something because this has this like weird little plate installed. That's not normal. That's just how I got it. I got a really good deal. I got this and what is this? 8, what? 16? This and 16 gigs of RAM or no, I got this and 32 gigs of RAM for $300. I'll have to, I think I used that in another build. The RAM in another build. It's fine. But anyways, to put that into perspective, 32 gigs of the current stuff, like DDR5, which is like the new hotness, all that kind of stuff. 32 gigs of that right now is like $700 to $1,400. So, yeah, that's like a whole thing. There's no, you can do a lot with the difference between 300 and like 17 or 700 or $1,400. That's a huge thing. I specifically went with the last good Intel CPU they ever made. It's fact. It's slept on. No one knows about it. You do now. But basically, this is the 12th generation. So we're currently on 13, 14, 15, 16th gen. And basically, after this, so the 12th generation had a weird problem where, like, the CPU, which is this little guy, it's a separate piece. But instead of being flat, it was curved whenever it was sitting in there. So you needed this plate to, like, flatten it back out. All right, fine. That was really the only problem with these. The 13th and the 14th gen, they literally burned themselves out because there was something fundamentally wrong with them. So avoid, like if it says i7 13.7 or just i7-13 anything or i5-13 anything, that's how they notify, like that's how they tell you what generation it is. Stay away from it. The new Ultra series is literally the same ones, and basically the backlash was so bad they just rebranded it, but it still has the same problems. The 12th gen is the last good Intel CPU. This is like 3 years, 4 years old. This one's an i7 12700KF. The K and F, so K means that it's unlocked, and we are going to try to overclock it, hopefully. The F means that there's no built-in graphics, so like if you, even though this board has like a ton of graphics for some reason, it has like 2 DisplayPort, 2 HDMI ports, yeah, they don't work. That it just won't. because there's no graphics built into the CPU, which is what like regular workstations and stuff that you use at work are gonna have, like basic stuff. But since we're gonna be gaming on it, we don't care, right? So whatever. Uh, Currently, so we have 16 gigs. I don't know where this came from. That's pretty much like the bare minimum that you need now. So we might end up switching that out. Let me see. So this is 16 gigs. We have. That's just another 16 gigs. We have another 16 gigs. I think I'm stuck in a loop. Okay. But another 16 gigs. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, we have. This is all like OEM RAM, and it's another 16 gigs. They're 8 gigs per DIMM, all of these, and same with those. But I thought those were 16, so all right, I might have to get rowdy. So our goal, we do have these guys. These are 16 gigs a piece, which is just how much RAM, which is just memory, which is how many things you can be doing at one time. All right, that's what RAM controls. It's pretty important for like video games, especially if you want to have like Discord or walkthroughs or a stream or anything open while you're playing a game. You're gonna need more RAM. Right now, 16 is like the very minimum. 32 is really where you should be, at least for the next like 4 years. Don't worry about 64 or actually, you probably never heard of 48 or 96, but don't worry about any of that stuff. The 48 and 96 stuff is only temporary. That's just DDR5. That'll likely go away with DDR6. I don't know. That's the whole thing. But basically, just for reference, it is better to have 2 8 gig sticks and 2 separate channels than it is to have one 16 gig and one channel. The reason for that is the entire processor, the CPU, can split itself, and it has multiple memory channels. Inside of like regular desktop computers, you only have 2, and so it's not really a big deal. It's like, all right, we have 2 over here, or we have 1 over here, we have 1 over here. The reason there's 4 slots is because I can actually put in, so like this is 64 gigs of RAM. I can put in 64 gigs of RAM inside of here, populate everything, but then I can't overclock it. And in video games, you just want really, really fast. And second to that, you need like capacity. So if you're playing like a first-person shooter, something like that, let's say you're on Counter-Strike, right? Or Marvel Rivals, or anything that's latency driven, you're going to end up wanting to just have 1 in each channel. Because, there we go. Derp. All right. You want 1 in each channel, because otherwise, if you end up doing all of them, then you're not going to have it as fast, and it has to like swap back and forth because these 2 are shared and there's like a switch in between. In servers, instead of like 2 channels, we might have like 24 channels, and we might have to put in like 24 of these guys, and each one of those, because like they're super special, they can like fix themselves if there's a lightning strike outside and all this weird stuff. Each one of those is like 800 to, I think the most expensive I've seen is like $32,000 for 1 piece of RAM, literally this size. So yeah, and you have to do 24 of them, otherwise the processor, the CPU, just doesn't perform as well. Those numbers get insane. You can have like $5 million inside of a box about the size of this mat. Like it gets bad. Anyways, back to what we were doing. So today we're doing a build. We're starting with the motherboard. We will be doing a BIOS update because I don't know what BIOS is on this. I also haven't tested literally any of this stuff. So I hope it works. And if it does, so if it all works, everything goes smoothly, this will probably take like 3 to 5 hours. if everything absolutely goes to shit, this will probably take like 3 to 5 hours. So that'll be pretty fun. We have that to look forward to. We are using a 2 terabyte Samsung NVMe drive. I'm just going to go right here. What you need to know about NVMe, it's fast. That's it. Like, this is so fast, and for the price, just go NVMe. This is a 2 terabyte drive, which is what I recommend everyone as a minimum, is like go 2 terabyte at least, because you are going to fill it up. I mean, let's look at some of these games. Like Marvel Rivals, I think is like 250 gigs. Okay, that means that if I used a 1 terabyte drive, like if I use this little guy, 1/4 of it is already gone. And then if you install, I don't know, whatever, the main operating system itself is going to take like 50 gigs. So that's like 300 of 1,000 already gone. You install like 2 or 3 more games, this thing is completely full. And then you have to like move all the stuff over, mirror it, image it. It's a nightmare. No, we're not doing that. We're definitely not doing that. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go straight to a 2 terabyte drive. And then you're like, well, there's other options, right? If you have a huge game library, what you do is you have your 2 terabyte drive for like all your really fast, the games that you just play all the time, right? Put that onto NVMe. Now you can get some pretty cheap SATA SSDs. These guys are inherently limited. They're about 1/5 as fast as this. So this little guy is 5 times faster than this guy. That's just how it goes. It's the way of the world. What's crazy is that SATA SSD, the prices have actually just been like going through the roof for absolutely no reason. So that's super annoying. You can also use a hard disk drive, which is this guy. There's actually like a drive. There's a disk inside of there that like spins and spins and spins around. On that disk, it has like a little magnetic material. What it does, it sets the spin. It's the magnetism, which is like if it points up or points down, it's a 1 or a 0, because that's how magnets work. In case you were ever wondering, it has to do with like the way that it's spinning and like the rotation of it. So if like everything's oriented upwards, then it's positive. It's downward, it's negative, and it literally has to do with the way that the electron is spinning, and that decides like how magnetic something is. That's why you can like scrape metal against each other and like make it magnetic. Anyways, this is actually an NVMe drive, except this is like a $4,000 to $6,000 NVMe drive. This one is, I don't know. I think this one's like 4 or 8 terabytes, something like that. This one's huge. You notice the size difference, even though it's the same technology. This is what lives inside of those $1,000,000 servers that we were talking about. These things are unkillable. You can fill them all the way to the top, completely fill this thing up and not have any problems. It will still be fast. It's unbelievably fast. It's impossible to kill them. They're also crazy expensive. That's just the way of the world, right? Also, they require like special adapters and stuff, and like it would take up a PCIe slot. I'll end up doing a thing about this because, yeah, there's a whole thing about storage that actually does matter. Then, let's see. Sorry. I have to. Let's see if that's any better. Looks better. Sounds better. Better. Alright. Also, I had to open the door because it's actually getting pretty hot for some reason. I don't know. Probably has something to do with the fact that I have a like 400-watt light over here, and then I'm running a server that actually controls the stream, and then I have another computer that's actually monitoring the stream, and then the other computer's turned off. Thank God. But yeah, anyways. Alright. Quick recap. So, i7 12700 KF, 2 terabyte NVMe SSD. We're just going to probably do 32 gigs of RAM. This is a AMD RX 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. I just said a whole bunch of shit to you that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. Basically, this is the brand new AMD card. It's been out for, I think, about a year and change. This thing's like $350. You can run and game 1440p without problems. This card, the 9060 XT 16 gigabyte for $300, $400, plus this $300 setup, is the equivalent to literally a $2,000 modern computer with an NVIDIA card and Intel or whatever. It is so ridiculous how much people are overpaying. And it's not even pink. Anyways, so 9060 XT, great card. It's like $400. This $300. I'm going to switch the RAM. It's probably $100 difference. It's not a big deal. I don't know if there's a Windows license on here. If there is, that's great. If there's not, I have a Windows 11 Pro license. I can install that on there. I'm not going to use, so inside of these, they come with a little like welcome to Windows, here's the key, all that kind of stuff. It comes with an actual like little Windows key. I don't use those because I hate Windows, to tell you the truth, but you need it if you're going to play video games for right now. Hopefully in like 2 or 3 years that's going to change. I'm going to use a custom one that I made with Rufus. What it does is I'm able to disable like a lot of the privacy stuff and like protect myself. So that'll be really nice. Super important. And then you can see, well, the case. Obviously we should be talking about the case. Don't know why I'm just glazing over that. Let's move this little hoopty-doo though. Put all this stuff over here. Take this guy. Move it over literally anywhere else. Drops like 2 or 3 inches. Hell yeah. That's a party. Happy 4th of July, by the way. Like, that's actually the most important thing right now. Happy 4th. So, I don't feel like spending more time than I have to. So, let's do that. Oh, do I have a bucket? Do I have another bucket? There we go. Ooh. Gotta be quicker than that. So, also we're using a screw gun because I don't have time to sit here and do this manually. You can use a regular screwdriver. I actually probably advise that. You should probably do that. Alright, this case, I think was like $60 on Amazon. This is the small one. So, it's a Apedia? Yeah, something like that. So, alright, falls right off. Cool. I swear that better be a scratch on the plastic or I'm going to lose my shit. This is the second case they had to send me, by the way. That's... yeah. Then, pro tip. While building a computer, always keep the box and like the styrofoam and all that inside the box, so then you can just take all the glass panels and whatever off, throw it in there, use the styrofoam to like separate stuff. So easy. Way better. Yeah, that was the instruction manual. We don't need instructions where we're going. This was actually twisty tied to it. It has like all the screws and standoffs and stuff. You probably don't know what that means, but I'm gonna tell you. Then, this front panel has these little clippy boys. So, what I'm gonna do, fuck off. There we go. Go put this inside the box. And maybe. Yep. And I put it in there wrong. Yep. Yep. Going great. There we go. Hey. Hey. There it is. Perfect. Then this one you can see comes with like a bunch of fans and stupid stuff. We're not actually going to be using any of these fans. Sorry, excuse me. We're not going to be using any of these fans because they have like weird proprietary headers. And also, I just don't like the aesthetic. Like, I get it, we're doing a pink build, but like, this is all pink, and then we have to put this guy inside of here, so it's going to be like pink and black. I guess that could be like an aesthetic if you really tried. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. No. I don't like that. I don't like that. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to end up pulling all those out. Has a nice little filter on top. Sweet. It's actually very nice. Like, this is a good feature to have. The problem is that it's on top, and the air is going to come in from the bottom, go up, and then out through the top, and out through the back, and in through the side. And there's no filter over here. And because of where we're going to put the CPU cooler, cats are going to love this thing. So I guess that's going to be a good thing. It's like it'll filter the cats that it'll filter the cats that sit down on top. But like, that's about it. I mean, I don't really know how much that's really going to help you. But we'll see. Alright, sorry, I was just checking everything, making sure that there weren't any spammers, scammers posting on everything already. Because it does happen like that. Alright. Then, I'm going to take back pin off. This is the opening for the power supply. I have a whole ass story about that. That's a very annoying thing. Alright. Panels off. Now, just keep everything straight. And because this could be 3 to 5 hours. Okay, and you're wobbling. That's because I live in a very old house, and so it happens. I'm not like fat or anything. It just, that's what happens. Ooh. There we go. I keep a light grip on this little driver because I don't want it to break anything, strip anything out. But I'm putting all the screws back where they go, so then I don't have to remember anything later. I can just know it's already there. And doesn't sound like much, but kind of a big deal. And we'll spin back around. What? Alright. Spin it, grip it, bop it. So, these things, front panel headers. Okay, let's get this out of the way first. I hate twisty ties. Pro tip, just cut them. You're never going to reuse it. Just cut it, throw it away. And we're going to come over here. Seriously, there's another one? No, this is a rubber band. Ah. Loch Ness Monster. So, alright, okay. LED switch, don't have to worry about that. Then, over here, you see, let me grab you a fan so you can see what's actually going on here. So, a normal fan is like this. It has this is called a 4-pin. It's a PWM, pulse width modulated fan. Long story short, it means that it can spin at a certain speed and talk back to the computer or whatever's controlling it and tell it, hey, I'm at this speed. Are you proud of me? And whatever. This right here is your RGB connections. All right, 1, 2, 3. What it does is obviously red, green, blue. That's not actually exactly how these guys are working, but this is a standard RGB connector. This is a standard fan header. This is whatever the hell Apevia is using. Like, what? Non-standard, completely proprietary. You see it has its own little, like, custom controller. And the problem is, everyone else is just using regular fans. This isn't, so these fans gotta go. Like, this is not an option. I think I have more of these somewhere, too. And there are pink. Like, you can get regular pink fans from, like, Thermalright and Thermaltake, and they have the regular, RGB and the regular fan connector. That is an option. They're just really expensive. And again, I don't think it really matches the aesthetic of what we're trying to do here. But, unplug all this stuff. Just put it somewhere. Then, we're going to move all this stuff out of the way. Start pulling fans. Always have a magnet. Like, super handy. Unless you're around a hard drive. Yeah, if you use one of these around a hard drive, you can just wipe the entire drive on accident. Don't use a magnet around a hard disk drive, but like otherwise it's great. I realize I should probably tell you that. Yeah. Crank all these out. That sounded kind of odd when I said it back when I heard it. Come on, get there. All right. And still got to take more off. Like it's the song that never ends. Seriously. So we're gonna let that one hang over the side a little bit. It'll be fine. Oh. And we got to reuse, we don't have to reuse these screws, but I will because they're universal. I don't know why they would have universal screws and then custom cables to the fans. It's actually super strange. This thing, by the way, Amazon Basics, I guess this was actually made by Skill, the brand. This thing's like $20, and it is so good, like so fantastic. Torque Test channel did a thing about it. And yeah, this is like honestly awesome. I've used it every day. I bought a bunch of them for my coworkers back when I was still an engineer. And like the retail guys and the repair guys and all that, they fucking loved it. Like, it's a real thing. This thing is no joke. It will make you money. Because, you know, time is money, money is pizza, and pizza is power. And over here, grab this little guy. Out you come. Oh yeah, I forgot. So once we build it, we're gonna install the operating system. We're gonna do basic configuration, get everything going. I'll show you how to remove like all that Windows bullshit, and we're gonna overclock it because, duh, free performance. Duh. And clickiness is satisfying when you plug those in. You can also get really cute fan covers that look like flowers. Oh yeah. Actually, someone just brought it up. You can get covers for these fans that look like flowers. Let me go grab one. Yeah. So like this one's just like a swirl. But yeah, they have these that are like the wire makes outlines of different shapes and stuff, and they can be different colors. What it is it's a fan guard, it's a fan protector. Reasonably, you're not going to be shoving your hands inside of this while it's running. I do, but that's something else. Anyways, yeah, you can have like these covers and stuff that just change the look of it. I forgot about that. Alright. And we're still not done taking stuff off of this. Like, we're still removing things. This is how it goes. So, this guy, this is called a drive cage. What does it do? You wonder. Well, I gotta get a different drive. That one has a thingy on it. So, inside of here, what you can do, something fun, like, I don't even know if I can do it while it's installed. Boom! Yes, I can. So, now you have your hard drive installed here, and then, if you were also going to do, like, a SATA drive, let's see what we got here. This is a 2 terabyte silicon power. You can drop that little guy right there, put a couple screws, and then all your cabling and stuff runs down here. But, remember what we said? Not using this. Remember what we said? Man, that kind of tried to break my fingers off. Anyways, we're also not using that. I sold so many of these. Like, it is not worth your time to wait on one of these. Now, if you're doing, like, big backup and archive, sure. You do not have that many movies that you need, like, 20 of these spinning. Sorry. I know there's probably some wife or girlfriend that's watching this right now who's probably like, but my boyfriend, hold on, he's lying? Yes. Yes, he is. Don't be too mad at him, though, because to be fair, he might need it. Cover it for you, bro. Yeah, don't need that. That's coming out. Oh my goodness, there's another one. Oh gosh. Oh, there's one all the way in here. This is why I use the extension. And into the box you go. Oh no. I just realized something. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Alright. Sorry about that. Just realized that I didn't update the title on one of the streams, on one of the platforms. Alright, so now I present to you this is what $65 I think it's like $60 buys you. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. You like that? You like that? I know you like that shit. Anyways, here's what we got. So, up top here, we have power button, indicator lights, like if it's on or not, reset button, like that's a thing. The reset button, the only time you ever press that is basically if it's like sort of locked. You always press that before like holding down the power button or flipping the switch on the back. Like, try pressing it. There's a chance it can recover. We have audio, which is this guy. Boop, boop, boop. That's your headphones, microphone. You'll also have those on the motherboard. Where did I put that thing? Just kidding. Yep, no, there it is. You also have that on the microphone, so on the motherboard. So, microphone, uh, headphone out, line out. Line out is going to be substantially higher voltage. If you plug your headphones into this, you're going to regret it. But if you have like a stereo system or something similar, you can plug it into there. You can have a lot less feedback. It has to do with like the way that waves travel. So like if you have a low voltage and then like there's something that's all right. So let's say you have a low voltage, right? Then whenever you go over anything that's like bothersome, I don't know if you can even see this, but yeah, if you go over anything that's going to like introduce a problem to that stream or to that feed is typically what we refer to it as in the industry. You have anything there, well, obviously it sticks out, right? Literally like a sore thumb. But if you have a higher voltage, like line, what we do is we're above it. We don't even notice that that thing's there, and we just cruise. Also, we can go a farther distance because as we go, it will taper down the farther and farther that we go. But we can still avoid interference. That's the difference between line and mic in like 10 seconds. So, this one is USB, just standard USB. And this one, blue one, USB 3.0. Pro tip on USB 3.0, never try to unplug it. It will break. Like 50% of the time, it just breaks off of the motherboard. It's super weird, it's super strange, but I promise you it's a thing. Now, we want to see real quick is how's this motherboard laid out? Why is it sticky? Oh yeah, I forgot I had to remove something from the back. Anyways, so we have audio. So that's this one. So audio going right over here. Just shove it through there, get it in, get it ready. Sorry, that's, I know. Oh, I'll grab my anti-static bag. So what this does is basically it conducts electricity and makes it so it's less likely to die from accidentally getting shocked, because that happens way too much. All right. And then we have USB, I see one USB, okay, USB 1, which, if you look at the way this is probably going to sit inside of here, it's going to be through that one. So, I'm going to put USB 1 through here. Alright, and then we have all of our jumpers and stupid stuff. So this is all of our front panel stuff, and that is, where's the front panel? It's got to be this, right? It's kind of like right, is that close? I think it's closer to the right than it is to the left, right? Yeah, I think it's closer. I think it's closer that way. I'm just going to send it. It'll be fine. And then, USB 3. That's the blue one. That's this big square. I'm going to go... I think it's going to go like here, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. How's that routing? That routing is awful. Perfect. I'm not going to like perfectly route this or cable manage it because honestly, I don't care. I don't care. I don't have enough time to care. I don't care. All right. This guy is going to be the GPU. You always put it in the top slot. It's going to be big chillin'. There's a power. Now, question becomes, do we want... Okay, so roughly lines up like that, right? Sort of like that. Let me move it away. I don't think we need the Windows license key to just be big chilling out there. I am streaming on Kick, so there's always a chance that someone's just going to like see the license key and then immediately sell it on eBay or something and use it on like 6 different PCs, and all of a sudden that license key doesn't work. So, gotta be careful. Gotta be a little careful. Always a possibility. Then, get a little bit of hydration. Oh, Oh, so good. So good. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I forgot. We are missing the IO shield, which is like the thing that makes it square. Let me go grab another computer real fast. Be right back. All right. Told you I'd be back. Now, you see how this one has like a little metal thingy that goes around each of the deals? It's called an IO shield. It's supposed to reduce the amount of interference and whatever. Does it really matter? Kinda. I mean, realistically, not really. And again, $300 with the RAM and no IO shield. How much can you complain, right? How much can you complain? And then I just realized I just flashed a Windows 7 key on Kick. That is absolutely going to be leaked and hacked and everything else. Lucky for me, we just used this computer. So this computer is just for data recoveries. I am going to do a live on-stream data recovery using this thing. This thing, you can buy one for like $50 to $100. This thing is a piece of shit. But you can do like a $3,000 data recovery at home on your own. And I'm going to teach you how. Be right back. Almost have to pee. Not crazy. All right. Sorry, blow my nose. Getting there though. All right. Get some water. All right. Shit. You know, if I got $1, or hell, if I got a subscriber for every time that I say, all right, or today, I wouldn't have to work anymore. Like, you know that? It's ridiculous. All right. Mother. Anyways. So here's where this guy is going to sit. Right about there. Power is right about here, so it lines up about with that CPU socket, right? All right. So CPU socket, when you line all that up, it's going to be... Where's that going to be? CPU socket, when you line all that up, is going to be derp, left side. So, this is a pro move. This is a pro gamer move. I want the cable to route up from the bottom, like this, and then, wait, and then right into it, because just look how aesthetic that is. And it doesn't like wrap over or like loop and do all this weird stuff. Yeah, buddy. This is gonna be, I mean, I hate to say it. This is gonna be sexy. It is. It is. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice and it's gonna be sexy. Alright? Alright? I'm just saying. Oh, shit. As a point. So, typically, we would always, like, in the industry, you would actually typically put on, like, a heat sink and plug everything in and, like, use one of the power supplies and test everything before installing it. Because once you install it, that takes, like, a couple hours, right? Like, at least an hour to install everything. The reason why, obviously, you test it is because this shit could just all be dead. Now... Sorry. My apologies. Don't actually know where that came from. That was outside. Actually, that was the neighbor. That was actually the neighbor who just did that. But I'm apologizing on his behalf. Anyways, we're just gonna fucking send it. I don't care. Like, literally, what is the worst that could happen? Nothing. So, we're just going to send it. Alright. And we already have power routed. I'm not super concerned about that. We do the power supply first. I really am not a fan of that, to tell you the honest truth. I do want to do power before I do fans and cooler. So I'm thinking what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to spin this guy, lay it down, twist it, pop it, let's rock it. Okay, so it's going to go in like this. Here's the thing. So these little things, they're called standoffs. Why? Because they're not holes inside of it. They stand off. If you can see, they stick out a little bit. And inside of this whole bag full of screws we won't be using, there's 2, 3 more standoffs. And then you can ask, why are you not using these screws? Well, because of the color. We're going to use these screws right here. Because honestly, I'm just trying to like brighten everything up, and having lighter color screws does actually make a difference. So yeah, these screws are getting tossed into the extra bin, and then these screws are the ones that we're using for this build. Is that ridiculous? Yes. Is that practical? No. Does it matter? Well, honestly, it's all pink and white. We are so far past practical, what are we doing? Come on. Anyways, standoffs. This is actually an important thing. People mess this up and fry their motherboards. So, you see the holes? 1, 2, 3. All right. If you look, we have 1, we have 2. Right? They line up perfectly. This third one, that's just a floater. That's fine. I'm not really worried about that. We have... Oh! 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 Oh, hello. So that one is correct, right? See how this one's in a straight line? We have one here, goes straight over. Uh-oh, that's a problem. But we do have one here. So this one needs to move down. If I did not move this one to this position and I tried to install this, I wouldn't even know that this existed. I'd be like, oh, we're missing a standoff. Whatever. And yeah, this would have fried out. That would have fried this entire motherboard. That would have fried probably the CPU, the RAM, the motherboard, that SSD, and we'd be losing like $1,000, maybe even the GPU, like that. So, very important step. Move this to there, because it matches up, because right there, this one's down, this one's high. Whoop, whoop. Down here, perfect, perfect. Down here. This one's still lined up, that's fine. Oh. I didn't even notice that before. That could have been, like, really bad. Like, that could have been really, really bad. Alright. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, there you go. Alrighty. Back on it. Is that a fucking gnat? I swear. I swear to God. These motherfuckers. My sweet. Shit, now I'm gonna listen to some music. Alright, let's see what we got. So, I'm gonna try start lining some stuff up. Well, you ever just kind of be stupid? Because that's what just happened here. Thought it looked funny. Alright. So, here's what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright? What are we looking for? We're looking for 6 of them to peek out. And we have... Find a hoopty-doo. As opposed to a hoopty-don't, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bingo. Now you see how it's floater? That's fine. Honestly, ain't gonna make a difference. The actual problem would have been like overall height. So if it's too tall, it won't fit in this mini case. This is a very, very, very small case. We are making a tiny gaming PC. It's actually hard for me to convey to you how small this thing is. I mean, if you compare it to like the size of my cup, that should give you scale, right? Like my cup is, you can fit like maybe 4 of them, maybe 5 inside of here. This gnat, I swear to God, that if that fucker come, anyways. But yeah, and it's gonna be water cooled, and it's gonna be pink, and it's gonna be cute as hell, and you can play 1440p, and you can smoke fools on the internet. This is gonna be awesome. This is going to be a fantastic build. I'm super excited. Anyways, now that everything's all done, we're gonna go ahead and start installing screws. There's always confusion about which screws to use, and it honestly just depends. It depends on the motherboard. We're gonna see if this one works or not. Let's see. I'm gonna back it up. Yep, that's the one. So, this motherboard, let's see if I can get you 2 examples. Or, not motherboard, sorry. Sorry. This case. My goodness, I got a lot of screws over here. Please hold. I mean, damn, I got a lot of screws. And my screw bucket is going. All right, see that? This is actually only one of like 5 screw buckets, because, yeah, used to work on cars a lot. And so what do? Screw buckets. So yeah, that's a thing. Oh yeah, shit, we gotta do that too. We gotta do this. Good call. Good call. Alright. Anyways. What we're doing here is basically, there's one kind of screw that you're going to get with all the computers where it has like this weird little lip. I don't even know if I can even, like, boop. You can't even see it. Yeah. Anyways, it's rounded on the top and then it's flattened out. I can't turn on autofocus. I'm sorry about that, because honestly, this camera, it's mid. I know it's like highly rated. It's all good for streamers. Yeah, if you're a streamer girl, it's probably really good for you. But for like anyone who needs an actual camera, oopsie poopsie, you did it wrong. Yeah, and it's the Razer Kiyo Pro. Don't worry though, I'm gonna sell this motherfucker before this ever gains any traction. No one's ever gonna hear about this. Anyways, there's one that's like round, but then it has like, it looks like a hat is the best way I could describe it. It looks like a hat with like a brim around it. And then there's just regular ass screws where it's just round. So this one in particular needs the one with a hat brim because the threads are super fine, which means they're really close together, as opposed to the coarse one, which goes into like SSDs and hard drives and that kind of stuff. Yeah, just so you know. And it completely depends. I mean, and it doesn't depend on the motherboard or whatever. It depends on the case. Just different cases have different things that are going on with it. And it's just so completely random. It baffles. It baffles the mind. All right. Let's Buzz Aldrin's in though. Mother. That's fine. That's fine. That's alright. What the fuck is the CMOS battery in this? Oh my god, the CMOS battery is attached to it via a little thingy. Well, shit. Hope that's still good. If it isn't, we're gonna be the first to find out. Damn it. Damn it. I should really, like, look at pictures and stuff before I buy stuff. I won't, but I should. Let's see what kind of movement we have. Not bad. We're going to start snugging these down a little bit. I don't want them actually tight yet. You're going to find out why in a little bit. Has to do with the GPU. See that? I can shimmy and shake it. I don't know if you can. Let me move closer. See, I can shimmy and shake that. So, the reason why I want to leave it like that is because otherwise, whenever I put in the GPU, it might not line up right. So, we're going to get ahead of the problem. I'm going to test fit the GPU. Then, like before, put the screw back in. Whoop! Alright. Then, take out 1, 2. Pop these two bad boys. This guy, pull the PCIe protector off. You know what I just realized? This is probably the first video of like how to actually align a motherboard inside of a case. I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually do it before. That's crazy, right? See, look. Alright, so like it's in there. And now look, I can move it. And based on that, I can actually change the alignment over here while keeping it square. So like this one, it needs to go that way a little bit. And what's that going to do? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's it right there. It's perfect. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Now, in final install, we will be using this little guy with this little Nubby boy. What it does is whenever it's vertical, it keeps the card from like sagging over time and like breaking itself, because that is a real threat. So don't let it do that. Yeah, you can poke that. Oh, ooh, whoa. Yeah, this is actually kind of. Let's see how this looks. I'm kind of liking this. I'm kind of digging it. And then you can actually align all the outputs and such with it. So you see how it's too high up? Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Slide the motherboard down just a little bit. Everything lines up perfect. Ooh, that's it. That's it. That's it right there. Boom. Yes. Yes. Someone just fucking move. Damn it. Okay. Alright, we have a little bit right there. Oh, not like that. Not like that. I think that's it. I mean, let me see. right there is it. I think that's it. See, I think that's the spot. That is the ticket. Screw down what we can. I think that's it. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That's like, come on. Come on. That's how you align a motherboard with the case. Right there. Sheesh. Thought you weren't going to learn anything. Shoosh. Ooh. Oh, fuck me. Alright, listen, I know it's only like $400, but I still don't want to drop it, okay? That got me for a second. I don't know why. And bust down all the rest. Oh my goodness. We're in. We are swimwear like in there. Am I right? Am I right? Look, and then this one's gonna go. Oops, doop. Right there. I'm gonna save that for last though. This one is USB. So this one is gonna go. Oops, doop. Nope, nope, nope. Yep. Oh yeah. Get the fuck in there. Anyways. That one goes like that. This one. HD audio. Because it's heavy duty. Come on. Get in there. Get in there. Are you too good for your home? Go. Go and get. What wants you here? Get in there. Alright. Then front panel goes to that. And there's like a little tiny chart. There ain't a chance in hell that this is going to focus and let you actually read this. Here's what it is. But yeah, we'll do front panel. Then I don't have to go pee. I'm sure you have to go pee. I haven't heard any fireworks in like hours. Oh, are you fucking kidding? Look at this. I picked the wrong hole. See that? Should have put the back hole. So the front one. Yes, I realized what I said after I said it. Alright. Oh my god, I have to pee so bad, and yet, like, I'm just sitting here fucking with this. Oh, this is a mistake. Alright, no, we gotta finish. We gotta finish. We have to go. Ah. Okay. Are you fucking serious? What is this? Speaker? No. Per LED positive. Oh my god, this is the wrong one. Why does it say Bluetooth? What is happening right now? There's no fucking way this is happening to me right now. Oh my god! Come on. Come on. It has to be that. It has to be that. It's always that. Why is it backwards? JT. Okay. Nope. What the fuck is going on? JP1. See, look, we have J dash. But we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we have 1, 2, 3 space 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I stupid? I'm staring straight at it. JFP1. Where are you? Where's jumper front? Oh my god, it's all the way over here. It's all the way over there. Okay. This is fun. I have to be so fucking bad. But we got this. We're gonna work through this together as a team. We're gonna make it. My teeth aren't floating yet, so we're good. We're good. LED positive, top left. Okay, power LED positive, top left. Power LED negative. Right next to it. Oh god. Power HDD LED. Well, there's no HDD, but yeah, I'll put it in there. Positives on the left. If you look, there's like a little positive thingy on the top one, so just flip it upside down so then it's on the left. I swear to God, I'm dying. Power switch is top right. Power switch is top right. That's reversible. Doesn't matter. Reset switch directly below it. Oh my god, I swear to God, get the fuck. All right, and I'll be right back. Actually, I probably should have gone and grabbed the other computer real quick before doing this, but this is what it is. This will do this. Look at that. It's doing a wheelie. Kind of beautiful. The artism of it all. Anyways. So, here's the problem with that. So I have a regular 2032 battery, which is the thing that like keeps the settings in the computer whenever you unplug it or do something weird. Has normally a little socket like this, right? Sits right inside of there. Great. This one doesn't. Has this little thing on a cord. I'm not going to resolder that and like do a whole thing midstream, so whoops. But yeah, generally what you would actually want to do is you normally want to replace your CMOS battery, like especially if you're getting a used one, because the ones that come in it are generally trash. These ones, the ones that are soldered, tend to be a little bit better, but there's a real good chance as soon as we plug this in, it's going to be like, hey, you lost your settings. If we end up in a boot loop where basically every time that we reboot it, it loses the BIOS settings or UEFI settings. It's actually UEFI. We just call it BIOS out of like habit from decades of being told that it's a BIOS. Yeah, we're gonna have an actual problem because I don't have a solution for that except for cutting that one open and basically just taping the shit out of it, or like I don't know. I could grab a soldering iron. I don't think that I didn't expect my very first stream to just like devolve into that rapidly. It does happen, obviously, but not ideal. All right, now let's go look at the back of this thing. So something we need to think about, and I have not actually assembled this build in this case or anything like this, but you see how this little guy is sitting down here? Well, the power supply is going to sit from like here to here, so we're going to have to install the back plate for the cooler before the power supply, but we have to install the power supply cables before installing the cooler, because the cooler is like this big stupid thing, right? And so yeah, we have that to look forward to. All right, let's get it. So let's begin assembling our cooler. It's actually, shout out to these guys. So this is Thermalright, and yeah, these guys are like a whoa. Anyways, these guys are like a budget brand. They're pretty cool. But like this 240 millimeter AIO, 240 millimeters refers to the actual size of the heat dissipation portion of the radiator. So it's kind of like inside of cars. It's like, oh, there's a 32-inch radiator. You're never going to hear that unless you build hot rods or like do really weird stuff for a living. Anyways, 240 millimeter, which is 2 fans, which is perfect because that's what we removed from up here. If you guys remember that. We removed 1, 2 fans. Perfect. So we have just enough space that we can take this guy, stick it on the very top, it'll blow hot air out, and life is good. That's the most efficient setting. The problem with this, obviously, is that cats love warm air, and so what are they going to do? Get on top of it. Ideally, if we could, if there's enough space, we would have put it on the side right here and then blown hot air out, because what that effectively does is then the cats would sit next to it instead of on it, and that's a massive difference of the amount of hair and stupid stuff that's going to end up inside of the computer, because that stuff's going to clog it up and you got to blow it out. If you do need to blow it out, there's a... Where's my air gun? There it is. This little guy. Yeah. I have a little air gun, and it's awesome. I'm just going to turn it on one, but like... It's sweet. I think this thing was like $60 or $80. I bought a bunch of these for the coworkers for Christmas as well. They work great. And again, this is from Torque Test Channel. So Torque Test Channel. Shout out to them. I'm not sponsored by any of this, by the way. Actually, I'm not sponsored at all. I'm pretty fucking sure no one wants to sponsor me. Because I talk a lot of shit. That's the honest God truth. Alright, so Thermalright. They include everything inside of here. There's like a how-to manual. We don't read instructions. Inside of here has everything for, like, honestly, probably 90% of current or semi-current generation hardware. I mean, this is stuff that goes back like 6-7 years. Yeah, I realized once I said it. Anyways, yeah, it has all the hardware, all that kind of stuff. I just pulled out what I actually need for this one, put it over here, and yeah, that's what we're working with. And also, these do match. These are the exact same fans that we are using for the rest of the build. These are the same Thermalright fans. Yep. Easy. Because a 5-pack of them is like, I think, $20, something like that. And so, 20, this was 60-ish, 70. All right, we'll just call it 70. That's 90. The RGB controllers, 20. All right, for 110, 300, 400. So, yeah, we're at like $810. And then we have the power supply, all the other stuff. Like, this is like $1,000 build, and it will kick the shit out of any Xbox, PS5, PS5 Pro, Xbox Series X Pro, whatever the hell that is, or anything with upgrades. Yeah, it's not even funny how fast these things are. This is so unbelievably better. You'll never go back. I mean, that's what the girlfriend did. She was like, all right, I'm going to mess around. I'm going to play with it. And then she starts playing with mouse and keyboard. Obviously, there's a crazy learning curve, right? I literally cannot do it. I am used to using a mouse and a keyboard every single day for years. Like, I used a mouse so much that since I'm ambidextrous, I actually have to use my primary... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. There you go. There goes that earthquake again. There goes that girthquake. Sorry. I'm sorry. It just happens. I can't control them. It just happens. But anyways, there's a... I use a mouse and keyboard every single day for years. And I got to the point where I was using it so much, because I'm ambidextrous, I just use a mouse with my left hand. I don't even remap it. I literally just grab it, flip it over, and then I just use it over there. Because my right hand was just so tore up. So, yeah, that's a whole thing. And so, the girlfriend just picked it up. Because she's so much faster and better at this, it's unbelievable. It's like I physically cannot. It's like a physical impairment. Now, did I ride a bus that may have been slightly shorter than other buses to school? I don't know. I could touch the front and the back of the bus at the same time while standing. So, whatever. You be the judge. Maybe I just have really long arms. Whatever. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. We're going to use a 240mm AIO. This thing's like $60-$70, and it competes with $400, $500 coolers. It's a banger. Like, this is so good. Came with all the hardware. Everything's awesome. Like, this is just so hard to beat. Dollar for dollar, pound for pound. Oh my goodness. Now, do I expect this to last 8 years? No. I don't expect any AIO to last 8 years. If I can get 4 years out of an AIO, mission accomplished. And not in like a George Bush kind of way. I mean, like, actually mission accomplished. That's fantastic. You should be replacing these things like every 2 to 3 years. realistically. Because it's 60, 70 bucks. Throw it away. Yes, I know what it does to the environment. It is what it is. Whatever. But chuck it, move on. Because otherwise, if you don't replace this one component, they're going to have to replace the entire computer. Now, what is that going to do to the environment? Probably worse. Probably not better. Right? So, yeah, that's a whole thing. Anyways, enough about that. Enough about coolers. We are cool enough. We don't need to talk about coolers. Anyways, let's do this. User me. Oh, fucking trash. Anyways, let's come over here. Let's do our hoop-de-doo. So this one in particular uses the outer one. Just kind of pain in the butt. But, anyways. You don't want this piece of metal directly against anything, right? Because that's just going to cause weird problems. What just happened? What? Okay, let's try it. Alright. Holy shit, if I can't use this, I did not test any of this. I'm literally just going. Oh my god. So these are little spacers to like keep everything off of everything. And there's a chance we're about to have a problem. Because, alright, so there's a plate on this thing to like flatten it. Remember, I told you how the 12th gens just aren't flat, especially when torqued. So, let's do that. Over here. Oh. Oh. Alright. So this guy, Shaboinga. Alright. See, this is actually such a... Here's why this is a pain. It's literally a pain in the penis. Alright. If you look at it closely, it kind of looks like the Twitch logo. Yeah, well, if you look at the Twitch logo, you can put it right here. You can tell. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Do a little dance for you. Or up here. See how there's now a gap at the bottom instead of at the top? Yeah. So, that's a whole thing. See how this works. Alright. Something like that. There's a fucking gap. There's a gap. And I don't really know. I do, but hold on. Let me see what happens if I all the way it. It's the exact same height. They quite literally built this to be paired together. Well, can't rush perfection, I guess. And because there's a adhesive quality to it, because something was stuck to it before. Let's see what happens. Damn it! Alright. Let's try all this again. One more time. That was just a test run. Just to see if you were paying attention. Let's try all of that again. Alright, get the fuck in there. You motherfucker. I swear to fucking God. Get in there. Alright. Something like that. Honestly, I think I can just do one and be like, good. Yeah, maybe two. Maybe two. Maybe two. All right. Perfect. All right. Something like that. Now, let's install power supply. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Now, for the power supply. All right. For the power supply. Let's see. All right. As far as power supply, we did is we got this Be Quiet Pure Power 12. This thing is 80 plus gold. This is great. Like, this is a fantastic power supply. Everything's modular. Everything's awesome. Like, this is awesome. Except, fucking Amazon. Just, like, I think they're just throwing these across the warehouse. Nothing else explains what is happening. And you're like, oh, well, that's just an isolated incident. No, it's not. Here's another one. This is the second one I got from Amazon. And it's damaged in the exact same corner, in the exact same way. Like, seriously, Be Quiet should be suing them. And you're like, oh, well, that's just an isolated incident. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a 3 out of 3. Like, what are we doing? Seriously. Like, these guys are fucking yeeting power supplies overhand across the fucking warehouse. That's the only thing I can think of. Nothing else makes sense as to why these keep getting damaged. And they keep getting damaged in the exact same corner. How does that make any sense? This is like, fuck, I think this is like $240 worth of Be Quiet power supplies that were damaged by Amazon. And before you ask, yes, I did ask, and I got these delivered inside of an Amazon box. This was not Amazon delivery. If you look, there's no like sticker, like it doesn't have my address or anything on it. No, I have them repackaged inside of an Amazon box. This is happening in the warehouse. This is happening there. And Be Quiet should, honest to God, sue Amazon. And there's probably a whole bunch of other companies that should sue fucking Amazon. I mean, fucking look at this. These are precision electronics inside of these things. And these are all just like beat to absolute hell. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Holy shit, did I open the wrong one? Maybe. Did I? I don't know. Should I open that one? Should I this one? I mean, this one's just like a little squish. This one's like crushed. I think this is the one I should use, right? And like, this one's just completely collapsed in the corner, if you can even see that. So like, this one's just like completely collapsed in the corner. So like, what the shit? Amazon is getting worse, by the way. Like, it is not getting better. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like this one might be better than this one. Like, because this one's like crushed all the way. And like, it's structurally broken. Whereas this one's like, it's smooshed. But also I know that let me see. You gotta, oh shit, I think the power supply is actually, yeah, I think the power supply is on this side. And so this may have just been cables. So I think we're gonna go with this one. We're just gonna return this one. So we got, Sorry, I wanted to have everything unboxed prior to stream. I just didn't really pay attention, I guess. I don't know. Let's see what's going on. So, this corner that's... Jesus, I mean, look at that. Look at that. That's not okay. Okay, that is the cables. Left side is power supply. We're good. See what's going on. I mean, on the plus side, if it doesn't work, always exchange it for another broken one. Or just grab one of the other ones. Like, it's just so ridiculous. I pay extra, too. Like, I have a business Prime account. This is just... What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Alright. Zippy ties. That's different. Only I get Velcro. Mounting screws. I like that color. Alright. Do this. Remember what I said about... You guys all remember what I said about twisty ties? Exactly. Cut them. Get that shit out of here. I'm not playing that game. Do not have time. Holy shit, how long has this stream been going? And there goes the boom. And that's why we are doing this stream. Do not need to be reminded today. What's that? Something fell. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No one cares. It's fine. Alright. Power cable. This can go down with ease. All these screws and standoffs that we did not end up wanting or needing. Or needing. Goes underneath, goes in the pile, bucket, whatever you call it. Alright. Let's see. Alright. This guy is on off. No, Be Quiet actually makes really good shit. I like that. Square head, or hex head. 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Ding. Doesn't matter. No. I mean, honestly, I could just use the other ones on the backside, but since this is already like so conveniently packed inside of a tiny little bag, like I'm just gonna throw it underneath. And also, I'm going like a motif. Like, I want all of them just to match. Does it matter? No. Am I going to do it? Yeah. Ooh. Why are you being weird? Ooh. It is because of that. Oh, you're trying to knock the NVMe off the... Do you know how much money those cost now? You know what's funny is, like, the whole AI bubble is completely popped. And... no one knows it. Like, your retirement fund is going to end up taking a massive fucking hit in the next, I don't know, I'd say probably 18 months. And so, like, if you've been working for, like, 40 years and saving up and doing your 401k and, like, doing retirements and all that, yeah, you're probably going to lose, like, 10 years of your investments because no one's going to move over. No one's going to adapt or survive. All the private equity has already gotten out. So... no one gives a shit. Everyone's realigning, which is why NVIDIA and AMD and everyone's been very quiet lately. It's because they're all realigning back to the consumer market and the professional workspace instead of AI. But, doesn't matter. All your stonks are in AI, and yeah, you're going to have a bad day. To be fair, though, like, it's not real money, you know? It isn't real. It isn't like you're, you could ever hold it or touch it. If you ever try to, the government takes like 60% or something like that. Just instantly, right off the top. And the reason why they do that is, to keep your money inside of the stock market as long as possible. Does that make sense? Depends who you ask. Depends on what side of the stockbroker they are. Let's see here. I think this one needs to doop doop doop. Right? Boop boop shadoop. Like that. Boom. Ugh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm only using the one white extension cable because I only have one. And mostly because I only have one. But also because I only have one. So there's that. Right. The 12V HP. I think this is 12V HP 2. But it's still only rated for 450 watts. And this, I think 2 is supposed to be up to like 600. These motherfuckers do cause fires. But whatever. Is what it is. We don't have to worry about it on this one. On this build in particular. If you're running NVIDIA, you can run into problems. There's specifically like one Radeon card. I can't remember what it is. But yeah, there is a Radeon card that will do that. Also, I thought this was a modular power supply, but I guess this is what happens when you buy a $60 Be Quiet that's like actually good. Is that more or less you don't get modular. So whatevs. That's fine. I didn't want modular anyways. Modular is where you can like choose all the cables that are plugged in, and it's a whole thing. But it's nice, honestly, because then I don't have like all this extra shit. So like, at least one of these is gonna be extra. Let me see. What else we got? That's PCIe. So that one's gonna be used. What the fuck is going on with this? This is CPU. What is this? This is CPU. So we're gonna need all of these. So normally it's either 4 or 8. It's rarely 12, but this one in particular is 12 because we can overclock the hell out of it, which means make it run faster, use more electricity, turn electricity into heat faster. It's pretty cool. But also, video games enjoy it. So we're going to do that. On servers, it gets to the point where like there can be like 16. There can be like 4. I think the most of these that I've seen is 6. So you had to have 24. So you had 6 of these, and each of these are like, I think, 160 watts. So like it was an extra 1,000 watts of board power. Yeah, it was that server cost more than all of the vehicles that we own right now combined. Like that was, yeah. Oh, and by the way, we only own used vehicles. We don't finance anything. So like, it was like 50 grand, which is like more than all the vehicles that we own right now combined. Anyways, it's kind of depressing. So we're going to use the closest one because this other one is like a jumper. Don't need that. So plug that little guy into this. Plug that little guy into. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. you thought I was gonna use the CPU extension cable for the graphics card? No. Obviously not. Obviously not. No. That's you're silly. You're being absolutely ridiculous. See. No. See. No. You thought I was gonna. Cathedral. Wait. Cathedral. Square. Cathedral. See, you thought I was gonna use. You thought I was gonna use the wrong kid. Amateurs. You. Yeah, right. You think I'm not a professional? Do you think I'm not a pro? Silly. Silly you. With your silly ideas. Yeah. No. No. We are professionals. See? You see this? See this? You see this? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Boom. See? Bet you feel dumb. Bet you feel dumb. It's okay. Hey, listen. You're all dumb sometimes. Not me, but, you can be. We all make mistakes. Not me, but you can. You can. You might. But not me. But not me. Oh my god, this is gonna be this is already infinitely fucking harder just because I grabbed the wrong cable. Just because I grabbed the wrong cable, this is already like infinitely harder to route through here. Are we fucking kidding me? Oh my god, go! Okay, got it. Yeah, if I had the bottom fans installed, this swap would have been literally impossible. I would not have been able to do it. Alright. These little guys. These are the dividers. What they do is they keep all the cables perfectly straight while it's going. What you don't know is something that has to do with eddy current. So as electrons are flowing, remember earlier how I explained to you how magnets work? Yeah, same thing. As electrons are flowing, it follows the right-hand rule. So it creates an eddy current. So as it goes... Oh, there we go. So, as the electrons are going this way, it's actually creating a magnetic field like so. Here's the thing. If there's anything going the other way, it will actually catch the electrons from the eddy current, and it will then induce a countercorrecting. So, if this one's going positive, it's all of a sudden trying to go backwards a certain percentage of how close this one is for how long that it is based on the voltage differential and the direction of flow. So, electrical engineering. You didn't see that fucking coming, right? Am I right? Hell yeah. Oh, this motherfucker's not a Ziploc? Really? Ooh. These are really shitty ones. I'm just gonna put these to the side. And it fell behind the fucking workbench. Alright. I'm gonna go get some more water. Be right back. Be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry, it's I was talking to the girlfriend, and she she watched a little bit of the stream. She's not watching all of it for obvious reasons. Uh, because I'm annoying. Like, I bother her if I keep talking. I have not changed anything that I normally do. You've basically just been watching me stream exactly all the shit that I would say to myself while I was talking. So I have a public speaking voice, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I've done addresses to like thousands of people. I've done addresses. Actually, I did one address to like I think 45,000 people, and it's all the same to me, right? And what it is, I think the secret and the trick, because everyone's like, "Oh, imagine I'm naked." And I'm like, "You're a pervert. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?" No, I think the secret and the trick is just like I've been talking to nobody for so long that like whenever I talk, it's just like, oh, I'm still just talking to myself. It's just happening. And it's like, oh, okay. And every once in a while though, I'm like, man, sound a little bit unhinged. Like maybe you should be on a list. And then I'm like, what are you gonna do, Fed boy? Like you gonna snitch me out? Like what the hell? On America's birthday? Actually, that's a whole thing. So the 4th of July is not actually America's birthday. The 4th of July is the day that America was sitting at a bar and Britain was like just knocking motherfuckers out, just slapping them all around. And America was like, you know what? Fuck you. And it was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're fighting. Like, you and me, parking lot. And then America just like took their shirt off and went outside. And everyone was like, well, this is going to be a lopsided fight. And then America was like, cool. And then proceeded to invent guerrilla warfare, invent unconventional warfare. And I know you guys might be like, oh, Genghis Khan. No, not at this level. And then they were just like, cool. And they literally beat the dudes. Britain had to wear red. You've heard that term. Oh, the redcoats. The redcoats are coming. They're the redcoats. Yeah. The reason why they wore high visibility red is because the biggest danger to British soldiers was British soldiers. Literally. Like, they were more likely to die to other Brits than they were to the enemy. And the Americans were like, oh, is that all? You're only the most powerful military to ever exist? Well, we like certain things, and half of those are illegal now, and we don't like your taxes. We're gonna go fist fight in the parking lot until this is fucking settled. And that's what happened. July 4th, 1776 is not actually America's birthday. That is the day that America decided, you, me, we're going outside. We're gonna fucking figure this out. We're fighting in the parking lot. Except it's the parking lot of the bar of America's hometown. And then America won, and that was great. America's actual birthday is June 21st, 1788, which is when the Constitution was actually ratified. I have no fucking idea why I just told you all that. My fault. My fault. My fault. My fault. My fault. Actually, I'll probably tell you why. To tell you the truth. I'll probably tell you why to tell you the truth. But anyways. All right. Back to it. Power supply is in. We have the PCIe cable, which you, silly you, thought that I had used the wrong one. Like I would use the wrong one. I mean, come on. Come on. You know who I am? Anyways. We still have extra. These are all just SATA cables, which is, remember the SSDs and HDDs? Like, remember these guys? Yeah, so like, that's what all these plug into. So the big one is power, and that actually has to do with shielding. There's like, every other one is a ground cable, roughly. What it does is, remember I was telling you about eddy currents, how like the flow of electrons, so like if one's going this way, one's going that way, like they create like a thing. Well, If you do it properly, so like if they are going the opposite ways, they can actually cancel each other out, and then you don't have that problem. But if they are both going the same way, and like one's data and one's voltage, so like let's say this is 3 volts and this one's like 1.1 volts, and this one is like turning on and off and on and off and on and off, and there's just steady 3 volts, it'll literally just take over, and all of a sudden there's no data. It's just 3 volts, or it'll be, instead of 1.1, it'll be like 1.3 volts constant high all the time, because inside of computers, there's no ones and zeros. I mean, there are, but the ones and zeros at electrical level, it's like 1.1 or 1.0 is an off, it's 0. 1.1 is neutral, it's nothing. And then 1.2 is on, it's up. And so, like, if you have something that's cruising by it going 3 volts and it knocks all that shit out of whack, it can take a 0, which is, 1.0, and turn it into a 1.2, which is a 1, which is on, and then all of a sudden the whole fucking thing crashes. I should have just got a degree in computer science, in all seriousness. I should have never. I have degrees in like electrical engineering, computer engineering, like a whole bunch of other. Like I have multiple fucking degrees. I should have just got one in computer science, just moved on with my life, and like been the next Elon Musk. But hey, that's why I'm doing YouTube videos, right? It's so I can teach you. It's so you can learn. It's so you can know. Yeah, don't copy me. Just learn from me. Anyways. Alright, let's see where we're at. I don't know how the fuck we have 11 viewers across all these 12, 13 viewers across all these platforms. In all seriousness, like I honestly, my girlfriend says I'm entertaining as hell, but also, she's hot, so whatever. I'm genuinely surprised that there's even this many people that are watching, because I know for a fact only one of these are me, so that's kind of nifty. Well, actually, no, I'm not even watching that anymore. It's now just the girlfriend, but she's playing her video games, so I don't even think she's streaming this anymore. Huh. Alright, well, for anyone that just tuned in, here's what we're doing. We're building a Gamer Girl PC. We're using used hardware. This is a $300, this is an i7 12700K. The 12th generation Intel processor is the last good processor that Intel made. Fuck. You can't fight me on this. Like, the 13th gen and the 14th gen, they had oxidation issues. They literally burn themselves up. The Ultra 1 and the Ultra 2 also burn themselves up. This is the last good one. And this one even had that problem. Like I said before, instead of being straight, it was bent. The CPU itself is bent. So that's why it has this really weird plate around it. Long story short, you can buy one of these. I bought this motherboard, this processor, which is an i7 12700KF. The i7-12 means that it's 12th generation. If it's i7-13, that's 13th generation. -11, that's 11th generation. -8, that's 8th generation. Don't buy an 8th generation, by the way, for anything more than like $40. Actually, pro tip. The 8th generation, which is the minimum that you need to be able to run Windows 11 natively, is more expensive than like the 10th gen and the 11th gen. Because everyone looks up i7-8700. They don't look up i7-10700 or i7-11700. Let me go show you. Alright. So, 7th generation cannot run Windows 11 natively. 8th generation can run Windows 11 natively. This one and this one, they're roughly the same performance. The one down here, the 7th generation, which can only run up to Windows 10 or can run Linux, by the way, if you're not gaming, run Linux. This thing is like $30. maybe 50 with a charger. This guy to the left, this is like $200 for absolutely no reason at all. And if this said 9th generation or 10th generation on it, it's like $100. This is $200. The better, faster, better ones are half the price because people are stupid. They just look up the bare minimum, and so everyone is buying the 8th generation. Meanwhile, the 9th is way faster. The 10th is twice as fast. And then here we have the 12th generation, which is, or the 11th generation is twice as fast as that. And then this is the 12th gen, which is twice as fast as that. This is 2/3 as fast as the fastest current consumer CPU. This is $300 fucking dollars. My girlfriend's computer that I built for her, I build her one every anniversary. Her newest one was $6,000. 300, 6,000, 2/3. Like, fucking what? This should be $4,000. This will compete with $2,000 computers all day, every day. Honestly, if I sold this for $2,000, that would actually be a deal for someone. I'm probably gonna sell it for like $1,500 just to move it so I can buy something else and like build something else for you guys on stream. If anyone even fucking cares, I don't know. Who cares, right? It's just a thing. It's a thing that I do. I always build them in pink cases because I sell them within like 24 hours, and because no one builds pink, which is absolutely fucking stupid. This is DDR4, so the RAM itself, we're gonna run like 32 gigs of RAM. 32 gigs of RAM of DDR4 right now is like $150, something like that. It's like $5 a gig. It's not bad. If you wanted 32 gigs of DDR5, which is that new shit, which technically this could support, like the CPU could support if I had a different motherboard, yeah, you're looking at like $700 to $1,400. I'm gonna say all that shit back slower so then you can catch what I'm saying. I bought the motherboard, the CPU, and 16 gigs of RAM, I think 32 gigs of RAM, for $300. If you wanted to do that right now with like good, current, fast shit, which makes almost no difference at all, by the way. Like literally 2/3 to 3/4 of the performance. Unless you're playing 4K, you're not going to notice. And 4K requires $1,000 monitor. You're not going to notice a difference. So, again, this thing is $300. If you wanted the exact same thing with current brand new shit right now, you're looking at like $2,500, almost 10 times as much, basically. It's the difference between I want to go buy a car for $300 and someone throws you the keys and the motherfucker runs and drives and it's a Toyota Corolla versus I go out there with $3,000 and someone throws you the keys and it's a Toyota Corolla, but it has hubcaps. Like, what are we doing? Seriously. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. We're doing a build. We're doing a budget build. I think the whole thing altogether is like, it's way less than $2,000. We are doing a very good build here. Back to the water. Oh, happy 4th, by the way. I don't know. I always gotta tell, because I watched all the streams like dip and then like come back up, and then there's like multiple of you that have been here for over an hour while I've been doing this. No one said anything, but I see you. I know you're here. And in case you're wondering, am I doing this to distract myself from the crazy PTSD that I earned while all the shit pops off over, outside? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I might be. Are you mad at me about it? Nah. Welcome. Alright. As an update, also, Another update. I'm going to review it again because we're now 2 hours into the stream. I'm going to do this whole rundown again because people need to know. All right? No one else is saying it. I'm going to say it. These guys, SATA SSDs, this is a 2 terabyte, right? This is silicon power, by the way. This is poop. Dog poop. Yeah, these things, the only reason why you would run a SATA SSD right now is because you want this as like backups. Let's say you're taking like Steam backups, or you have like a whole bunch of archival footage, or you have like a bunch of movies and stuff, which, you know, we all legally acquired, obviously. That's what we do here. We would never use something like, I don't know, PIA, and we would never definitely set up like a specific little box for certain things to be able to do things like, I don't know, share ISO images of Linux distributions. Let's get that out of the way. We would never do anything except share Linux ISOs using our VPN on our Seedbox. Just want to clear that up. Anyways, that's the only purpose for a SATA SSD. That's it. Period. Like these guys, so this is just a 1 terabyte. This is a Skyhawk. I pulled this out of an NVR whenever we were upgrading it. We ended up upgrading this to, I think, we tried an 8 terabyte Samsung QVO. That was a nightmare. We had to actually go to the 4 terabyte Samsung 870 Pro or something like that. 870 Pro, 870 Evo. Something along those lines. But yeah, the HDDs absolutely make no sense. Not in 2026. It takes way too long. It's too slow. You only use this for like archival footage, that kind of stuff. Obviously, SATA SSDs as like backups. That's literally what I do. I have an array of SATA SSDs inside of the broadcast server that I'm using right now. I think there's 4 of those inside of there right now. And yeah, they're all set up inside of an array. That's the whole thing. And then, other than that, so I guess this is the GPU we're using, by the way. Holy fuck, that barely fits. Ooh, should have measured that. Anyways, yeah, that's the RAM. Where did I put? Okay, I just lost like a couple NVMe drives. Oh, there. Hey. So yeah. These are NVMe drives. Well, most of them. So I'm gonna just repeat what I said earlier because I know most of you guys weren't there. 1 terabyte is not going to cut it in 2026. I know, and we're going to have the exact same argument. It's the exact same thing as this is 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM. 16 gigs, so you need to prioritize your capacity over your speed, except you need to fill your channels. See, remember, like I told you, there's 2 channels on most consumer CPUs. 2 memory channels. You need to put 1 in each. You don't need to put all 4. If you put all 4, you're going to lose performance. If you put just 1, you're going to lose performance. So let's say you can afford 16 gigs of RAM. Don't buy a single stick. Say this is a single stick of 16 gigs of RAM. There's 116. There's 2 8s. 2 8s beats 116. Here's the thing. So we have 4 16s, we have 2 8s. The 2 8s are actually going to be faster, which for gaming, that's what we care about. We want faster, we want less latency, we want to be able to take care of business faster, right? That's how we do it. That's also why we're going to overclock the shit out of this thing. Anyways, what you really want to do is you want to run half that. It's more important to run 32 gigs and 1 per channel than it is to run 64 gigs dual population, because then you end up with this like asymmetrical workload problem where you're actually diffing back and forth, and like it puts a lot of wear onto the chipset, and it's a lot of logic that's just added unnecessarily. It slows everything down. It gums up the works. It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's what has a lot of fiber? Whatever food has a lot of fiber. It's like taking a ton of Metamucil and then just like taking a bunch of cranberry juice. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to blow up the toilet. The neighbor's going to hear it. Anyways, going back to it. So, back to the NVMe. What does that stand for? Non-volatile memory. I don't know. Maybe it's fucking Canadian. All that matters is it's not this format that matters, right? So this size, this shape is called M.2. Don't get fucking mistaken. You see how like this one has this little, let's see if I can actually get it in the screen. You can see how it's like missing a tooth, has a gap tooth. This one only has one gap tooth. The one, this black one right here, is a proper NVMe drive. It's fast fuck, boy. This one on the left, this SanDisk. Honestly, I don't even... Oh, yeah, this is a SATA drive. So this is just as fast as this. But this guy, the blue guy, the little M.2 SATA, costs like 4 times more than this one per capacity, and they have the exact same speed. There's no difference. In fact, the little blue guy is oftentimes slower than this guy simply because of the form factor. It just gets too hot. This is what we're after. The one chip. You just want one little chip tooth. That's it. See, now, there do exist NVMe drives that have like this different key. That's what it's called. It's called keying. It's like M and B and whatever keying. I honestly don't give a shit enough. I just kind of look at them. XPG, this is like a really cheap drive. What is this, 256 gigs? Yeah, this is like $12. Anyways, this is at least a Samsung. This is a good piece of kit. I like them. You can use 250 gigs, so depending on what you're doing, if you are really good with computers, you can do your base operating system on like a 250, 500 gig drive, and then you can install like, you know, the 2 terabyte drive down here, and then have all your games down here. Honestly, you'd probably flip it. You'd have all your games up here on the 2 terabyte drive, but you would boot off of the shitty 250 gig down here. What that accomplishes is basically if your operating system ever gets fucked up, which happens often with games, then you can take this out, wipe it, reload it, plug it back in, install Steam, point Steam back to your big Steam library on this big bad boy, and life is good. And then take the next logical step, you know, have one of these guys hiding out in the back, and boom, you can actually read from it. Thing is, it would take so long to read 2 terabytes of data from an HDD because they only move about 150 megabytes per second. So that's 10,000 seconds times 2, so that's 20,000 seconds. And there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. So you're looking at 7 hours of time. It would take 7 hours to read everything off of a 2 terabyte HDD. 7 hours. And this one's even worse, honestly. This would be like 10 to 12 hours. Because it's a 3 terabyte, it would take 10 to 12 hours to read the data off this. And this one can do it in like 3 hours, roughly. Better. Still shit. Better. Still shit. Anyways. Cool. So, we did that whole rundown. This is also NVMe. I think this is like 4... What is this? This is either 4 or 8 terabytes of storage. This is called a U.2 format, and I know what you're thinking. You're like, wait, we just saw that. No. Bottom one, regular Samsung drive, and these things go up to like 4 terabytes normally. Top one, it's like 4 or 8 terabytes. See how there's a difference? See, DSC, Do you notice how it just ain't the same? So this top one requires like an adapter, all this. This is the shit that we put into our $1 million servers. Um, I've built $1 million servers. I've been on deployments where we've done multiple $1 million servers. It's a whole thing. We use U.2 a lot. Now we do E3.S and like this other weird shit. Don't worry about it. It doesn't actually affect you right now or in the immediate future. These are awesome. So this is like $4,000 retail, but you can actually get these for like, shit, I think I bought this one for like $300, something like that. And it's got to be this is a 3.84 terabyte. So yeah, there's 4 terabytes of enterprise NVMe storage. I think I paid like $300 at most for it. Why does that matter? 4 terabyte drive for $300. You're like, well, it's really big. It takes up an entire PCIe slot because that's literally how it sits inside of there. What the hell is the benefit? Well, the benefit is that this guy can be 100% full and it's still just as fast. Also, this drive will last like literally 8 to 10 years. Any of these fuckers, every 3 years, we're required by most standard operating procedures to replace. Like an M.2 drive, 3 years in, we have to pull that out, throw it the fuck away. We have to image it and throw it the fuck away, and then boom, we have to move everything over. This guy, we don't. Now, this is what we put into servers. So, what do we do in servers? Same shit. Every 3 years, go through, we replace the entire server, right? So, like, if it's a $50,000 server, we show up, we're like, all right, we need to build out. It probably needs to be like 10 to 20% bigger. Depends on their workloads. Most of the time, 10 to 20% bigger. That's pretty healthy over 3 years growth. Awesome. That's like fucking great, right? Like the company is doing better. Everyone is happy. That is where it should be. So we then show up. We image everything over. I always go through, take a look at the drives. Guess what's going on with the drives? They're all 100% health. 3 years in, 5 years in, they're all 100% health. But we have to put more drives in there because what if they start doing a different format? They start using more space. What if they start just wanting faster shit? Sweet. We can do that. Just put more of these motherfuckers inside of there. Like, it just works. It's crazy. It scales so well. In all honesty. Alright. Other than that, what have we covered? CPU, RAM, drive, this motherfucker. Alright. Other than that, we probably need to cover the GPU. Sorry, I'm just checking, making sure that no scammers or spammers are hitting up the stream. Alright. Next, GPU. So, for the GPU, we are running a AMD Radeon RX 9060, a 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. I just said a bunch of shit to you really fast. I'm sorry. This thing has 16 gigabytes of video RAM. Yeah, the same kind of RAM that like we're putting inside of there. Yeah, basically it has it built in. So technically this thing's going to have like 48 gigabytes of RAM. It doesn't actually work like that. Don't think that it works like that. It doesn't work like that. Anyways, the 9060 XT 16 gigabyte, this thing's like $400 retail at most. Perfect. For what we're doing for a 1440p gaming machine, which in 2026, 1440p high refresh rate gaming, that's premium. Like that's a good meatball right there. Like you should not complain about that. Anything beyond that, like 4K, whatever, that's damn near unobtainium. Like at this current market rate, that shit costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It costs so much that for the anniversary, I could not buy another motorcycle. I had to choose between building the girlfriend a new computer or buying another motorcycle. And I had to build the girlfriend a new computer, obviously, because she's a gamer girl. Her new one, oh my god. So good. still using an AMD card though. Yeah, she's running all AMD. The reason why we're using Intel here and AMD here is because this is the best bang for the buck. Like, that's what it is. This is not super premium, super luxury, but for $1,200, I mean, fuck. Shit. You can do a lot worse. You can do a lot worse for $1,200. I'm going to tell you right now. And you will not match the performance that we're going to hit on this. So, where we are right now, we have everything hooked up. The case is now integrated. We've got everything cleaned up. Power supply is plugged in. We still need to plug in CPU power. We're ready for the PCIe power. This guy's going to be going in soon, but first we have to get everything else sorted with the NVMe SSD. We've got to decide what kind of RAM we're going to put in there. And then, once all that's done, then we're going to install the cooler, run all the fans, run all the cabling, and then we're going to hit go. Again, I've not tested anything. I have no idea if this is going to work. If it does, fuck yeah. If it doesn't, well, yep. You're going to be the first to know. Okay? So, let's do this. Alright. I had a hoopty-doo. There it is. Come on. Don't get. Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, you can actually see which ones are grounds and which aren't. I'm not fat, by the way. I live in a house that's really old, and so, like, the ground shakes whenever I walk next to the camera. I'm not fat. That's just a thing that happens. Alright? Just so we're clear. Excuse me. That was the neighbor's birthday. Alright. So. Did I just get a fucking Snapchat? What the fuck is going on in my life? No. No, thank you. Team Snapchat noticed that you're actively doing something, so we're gonna fuck with you. Fuck off, dude. Like, what are you doing? Alright. So, here's the tricky part, right? So, like, you see how this one has a clip right here, and then the clip of this one's on top. But to make it look pretty, you gotta actually bend it, which means you have to have it, like, perfectly lined up. And yes, is this going to cause, like, cross interference inside the ground and the posit? Did you just hear my girlfriend just screaming at Marvel Rivals? Well, I guess she wasn't screaming, but she was enjoying her playtime. Anyways. I fucking knew. Somehow I fucking knew she was going to end up doing that at some point, and I was just ready for it. That's funny as hell. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. Alright, let's go. Let's find... Where... If that was a bunch of really shitty zip ties, I'd probably just be over here. Right. So what we're doing here... I was wondering that we're going to take this Big Mac truck and park it in this itty bitty garage. I swear to God, WAP is the reason why we just can't have nice things. Like, that one song. How the hell was that like a number one, too? Can't have anything nice. I'm actually going to unplug that one again, rip it back out, pop it, then I'm going to run it through this guy, run it back through, and in case you're wondering, can I see what I'm doing? No, I'm literally just running it by feel, but I'm trying to show you guys because like normally I don't actually look at my work. I just kind of slam it together and then fuck off. All right, now do another CPU one, which SATA split CPU because Be Quiet thinks they're fucking funny or something. I don't know what's going on there. But I'm gonna throw that in here. And if you're wondering why I don't have music going, it's because honestly I couldn't. The thing I wanted to play, so I wanted to play what was it? Oh, was it Search of Fire or some shit like that? I can't remember. I like EDM, like, a lot. I also like really southern country music, so do with that what you will. Yeah, but anyways, I like EDM a lot, and so I was trying to figure out how I can play it, and long story short, YouTube was like, yeah, if you get copyright struck, like if you get a copyright strike on your first hit, like on your first whatever, you're just fucked. You're done. Like, you will never, ever, ever be able to stream again. I was like, kick ass. That's exactly what my girlfriend wants. And then I was like, but I don't want that. And yeah, here we are. Otherwise, I'd be bumping the fuck out right now. Like we have some pretty decent audio setups in the house, and for this, yeah, I'd be going hard. You know, get fan covers. I set out a bucket. Yes, I did. Hold on. Bucket. Huh. Can I say Velcro? Ta-da! Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that cable management. Alright. I think we might be stuck. So, let's see. I'm missing the fucking heatsink. That's some shit. I'm missing the damn heatsink. That ain't right. That ain't right. Alright. Let's see what we got. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, that's the wrong size. Full side. Switch over. Everyone have a good 4th of July. It's actually been relatively mild in my neighborhood. Weird. Fucking last 4th of July, some little fucking punks came over, were setting off shit in my driveway. I go out there, confront him, because obviously. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, whoa, we're setting off fireworks. I'm like, I see that. Why are you doing it in my driveway? And they're like, oh, we don't want to burn our house down. I was like, the fuck did you say to me? Yeah. Yeah, that one set me off. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like, you don't want to burn your house down, so you came over to my house to set off fireworks without permission. I don't know who the fuck you are. Because you don't want to burn your house down, you want to burn mine down? Like, whew, whew, had me fucking. I'm not gonna say they had me fully sideways, but they had me heated. I wasn't cold. That's for damn sure. I was going. Yeah. Alright, so now we have the NVMe drive. So the whole thing about installing an NVMe drive. Ah, shit. I should probably actually show you. Alright. So, just gonna buzz it out. So you see, yeah, I don't know if you can see that. You can like wiggle it back and forth. All that matters is like, if you put one finger on top, one finger on the bottom, shimmy it back and forth until it's solid, and then just slowly tighten it down. That's all it takes. And it doesn't need to be very tight at all. In fact, if you go too tight, you can break your NVMe up here, and it will break the entire drive is just gone. And so, yeah, your $200, $300, $500 drive, gone. Welcome. Right. Now, let's go back to a number 2 Phillips, because I don't think I'm going to need a number 1 for anything else. Oh, yeah. If you don't know, number 1 Phillips, little boy. Number 2 Phillips, medium boy. There's a lot bigger and a lot smaller, but just so you know. Most of what you're going to do here is a number 2. The only reason why they make some of them number 1 is because you need to be careful with it, like the NVMe. Was I careful with it? No. Oops. Whatevs. That's fine. Alright. Boom. Kapoo. The GPU. I don't know. I don't know if I want to install it yet, or if I want to. I think I want to do fans, right? Like, I think I want to install fans before we do anything else. Let's install some fans. How about that? So, anyone that was here from the beginning, you already know, I removed all the original fans. It comes with a bunch of like pink ones that are really shitty. They have this weird proprietary cable. Like, that's not normal. This is not normal behavior. No. Bad. And then I have pink ones with like regular 4-pin RGB. No, that's just a shit aesthetic. I don't like it. You know, fashion over everything. So, boom. Fancy. What we're gonna do here is these guys are. Fuck, are these reverse flows? Do I even have reverse flows? What are these? Higher flow design, adjustable RGB, IPW, RS, PDB, SGB, S. Oh, motherfucker. Bro, I don't even know if I have reverse flow fans for this. Please hold while we locate the subscriber you're trying to reach. Motherfucker. Yep. And you got shifted. Alright. Adapt and overcome, right? Let's fucking go. So, most fans, these included, if you look at the way that they rotate, what it does, it takes air from the front where it's open and like sharp, and then spits out the back. There are reverse flow fans, and apparently somehow I completely forgot to buy some. So, if I had these up here, I would just take all the air, shoot it out the side. There's no air to cool anything inside. So I'm going to do, flip them like so, install them like that. It'll blow air in, it'll blow air up, it'll blow air out, it'll blow air out. I know, right? So easy. So easy a caveman could do it. But no, that was actually a real oversight. And then, like I said before, whenever it comes to a twisty tie, just cut that shit. What are we doing? I don't have time. You don't have time. No one's going to reuse these. Just cut it. Throw it away. And you're like, oh my gosh, you just contributed to whatever. I'm like, dude, did you know that Taylor Swift set up the equivalent to a data center in New York during a heat wave while there were rolling blackouts just so she could have a fucking wedding at Madison Square Garden? Me throwing away a few zip ties has nothing to do with that. And I haven't even done like the full math of like, oh, well, what about all the people that showed up? Because there was like thousands of guests, and they're all celebrities, and they all flew into New York at the same time. It's like, how much heat did they generate combined with the heat that was already there, combined with the travel from the airport to Madison Square Garden? I'm like 95% sure that... So I'm pretty sure that Taylor Swift is at least partly responsible for the current ongoing rolling blackouts. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I am pretty sure that's an actual thing. Is anyone going to say it? Probably not. Do I give a fuck? No. Is that science and technology? Absolutely. Because data centers are kind of ruining lives. Are they necessary? Yes. Well, shit, right? Like, it's like, okay, then what? Like, there's always that then what situation. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, that's where we're at. Sorry, I'll go get a caffeine pill. Be right back. Alright. Back. Let's do a little bit of cable. Yeah, fuck them. I honestly, I really don't care that much about like cable management or whatever, because it's one of those things where like you just keep redoing it forever, and yeah, it's like incrementally better, but like at the end of the day, does it really matter? Who is gonna open up this back panel and be like, oh, look how ugly this is? No one. Like you can sort it easy enough. It's not that big of a deal. I I just don't understand people that spend like hours and hours on it. Like I honestly, frankly, I don't have time. And inside of servers, everything you just like zip it down and just move on with your life. Because if an entire server goes down, oh, we have way bigger issues. A, B, we have more. Like we just fail over to the next one. All right. So this, I think I'm going to start with the hard one first. The hardest ones should be the bottom ones. All right. Again, this is a super small case, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to orient everything this way, like that. So then all the cables can just run straight out. I think I'm going to try to do, yeah, I'm going to try to do the same thing with this one. Run the cable straight out. Just simplify it. Problem is this one going to get a little congested? Probably. Am I really concerned? Not really, because this just comes straight up, goes boop, something like that. This is the PCIe power cable for the GPU, which I know I just said a bunch of stuff. Again, more or less, this thing is the extra power. So like this right here, let's do this. This slot, where did all the light go? I swear there's more light in here. But anyways, this slot can only provide about 70 watts, which again, you have no frame of reference, but like if you have a regular light bulb inside of your house, it's probably 70 watts. If you have an LED light bulb, it's probably like 7, 10, and it still has the same light output as a 70 watt old light bulb. That's why this is 70 watts, in all honesty. It was literally a light bulb. But then, graphics cards went from, this is a normal graphics card probably 10 years ago. This is normal. This is what you would be using. Oh my god, I saw the sticker on it. Nice. Nice peel. Anyways, yeah, so this is like a graphics card from 10 years ago. And this is now. It's like, oh, fucking, what? Yeah. Except, here's what's funny. It's like, alright, this is you, and this is the boyfriend you shouldn't be worried about. Yeah. I know how I just used that meme. I know what I said. This is you. This is the boyfriend you shouldn't be worried about. Girthquake on Twitch, by the way. Just so you know. Just so you know, my name is Girthquake on Twitch, and I didn't come up with the name. Anyways, I'll stop being an idiot at some point. So, these guys, we're going to slam them in there. We're going to point it in. This just provides additional power because one light bulb, and this is like, I think 3 more light bulbs, approximately, per 8. It's at least 2 more light bulbs per little 8 hoop-de-doos versus another slot. So, you're basically looking at 4 light bulbs right here just to run your one GPU. Your GPU controls a lot of things. So this does a lot of the rendering. If you turn down and like change your settings, you can honestly have an entirely different experience. All the pro gamers turn everything all the way down. They want lowest settings, because then you can see through the grass. They turn up field of view, they turn up like sight distance, so they can see you on the other side of the map. That's the thing. But they still have super powerful GPUs like this one. Like I said, this is only $400. This is a 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. Yeah, they can see you across the map. Unfair advantage? Duh. Fucking duh. Yeah, obviously. But that's also what happens, right? Like, if you're playing for a living, that's what's going to happen. I don't play for a living, obviously. I play because my girlfriend says that it's really funny whenever I play, because she claims, it's not true, by the way, that I'm so bad at video games that it's entertaining. That's not true. I'm good at video games. I'm the best GTA 1 streamer in 2026, period. Right? Yeah. Fuck off. Am I the only GTA 1 streamer in 2026? Yeah, maybe. But, you know, what's it take to beat the best? Gotta be better than the best. So, there you go. There you go. Who's really the best? Yeah, exactly. Who really has competition? All these GTA 5 streamers? No. There's 100,000 of them. No, not at all. It's the guy who has to beat himself every day. Anyways, yeah. So I'm gonna put this cable. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, actually, this is kind of pain in the penis. Get through there. Because there's a, so the main power supply cable is somehow outputting, oh, it's looped underneath it. Oh, okay. So let's pull that back out, right? Now let's see where we're at. Everything's still plugged in, everything's good. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. It was never there. Alright. Yeah, this one needs to go all the way to the left. I wonder if I should just hammer these down real fast. Yeah, I'm just gonna hammer them. Gosh, I wish I had black ones. Black screws right now, you know? Because, no one would see them, but it still work perfect. And, they still stay on theme. What? Alright. And another dun. Alright. Two more. Nothing. Alright. There we go. You know what's crazy is this stream's been going for 3 hours only because I was forced to go live an hour before the stream. Otherwise, they said, "Hey, your stream key is gonna fucking expire." I was like, "That's what?" All right. And again, what do we do with zip ties? We cut those motherfuckers. Boop. Wait. Ooh, this one's actually kind of tight. There we go. I'll cut the cables underneath it. That fucking suck. Boop. Alright. So, want upwards, momentum. My goodness, this is going great. See this? Oh, yeah. Right. I think what I need to do, push this one over here. Push these two through here. Shimmy and a shake. Shimmy and a shake. There. Beautiful. Alright? Then, that one's still up here. Then, grab this one. Push. Something like that. Boom. Boom. That's the boom, boom, boom. What? Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Ugh. Ugh. Gorgeous. Alright. Let's do. There you go. Now, as a rule, you should actually never try to run all the screws down immediately. That's just like a recipe for disaster. And you're going to see how, like, this one's flat, that one's like, what? Bleh, bleh. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just like, this one's the only one that I would actually mess with. And now it's going the other way. Doesn't matter. Just run it until it, like, snugs. See that? That's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect. Never needs to be perfect. Like, your life's too short, just move on. Now, on the backside, what are we looking at? Alright, all of a sudden we have 4 cables that just popped out of nowhere. Yep. I think that we're going to put the hoop-de-doo this guy. So we have a RGB header, or what is this? What the hell is this thing called? It's it's called a, so it's a cashew chicken, and yeah, ARGB and fan hub. There we go. Nailed it. Are you fucking serious right now? Okay. Alright. So, what we're gonna do here. This thing should be magnetic. Yeah. Yeah, it's magnetic. Perfect. We're gonna put it right there. Wait. ARGB and PWM input. ARGB and PWM input. Where's the cable? Where's the... Shit. Did I seriously just lose? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I've opened this before. I just have to figure out where I put the cable. There's a cable that goes with this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All we need. I don't understand. Oh! Found it! Found it. Found it! You thought I'd lose something like that? Are you... you, gotcha. Gotcha. You thought I was. You're silly. You're silly and goofy. You thought I lost the cable to the fan controller. No, sir. No, sir. No. No, I did not. It was right there. It was right there in front of your face the entire time. And you're welcome. Alright. Derp. I really need to like zip tie this motherfucker down somewhere. Like this snake right here. Very distracting. Get in there. Gonna get out of here. No one wants to hear. Gonna get in there. There you go. Gonna get. Alright. And what else do I have? Honestly, the only thing that we have left is like the SATA. The SATA is just gonna go. Well, if I do it right, yeah, that's fucking Molex. All right, but if I do it right, that's upside down. Yeah, fuck them. We'll be alright. It's gonna be great. Alright. So, we'll do that. Right? Then, we just need to find the RGB hub 1. Then, run everything else off that. And then, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, this is actually this is coming together. Look at that. Let's get these out of here though. Let's get these. Alright, solid white cables just straight up. Except for those, apparently. Alright. These all go straight up. Go side. View fan, it's going to be 1, 2, wait, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. 1, no, RGB. Smells funny. 2. 3. What the fuck is that smell? Is that this? 4. Something smells really weird. I don't even know how to describe it too. Odd. Alright. Oh, shit, because it's backwards plated. I should put them on the. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I should have all of them back there and then just like have chaos, right? That will cancel out most of the eddy currents, and so that should be it. That should be it. That should be Gucci. Should be the way of the world. Alright. Then extras. There's birds. this one underneath. Well, see how are you supposed to build in this while using the hard drive tray? Like, that's ridiculous. No, you're not putting SATA SSDs or HDDs or whatever else inside of this build. It's just no, because like, look at how tight it's already getting. Yeah, I know what I said. But also, we're getting there. Like, this should not be a thing. Alright. What if... Hear me out. Hear me out. Because I don't need any more... I don't think I need any more power, right? Let's look. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. So, boom, 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 boom. That should be all the power, right? Yeah, I think we're done. Oh, let's run a zip tie on this motherfucker. What a nasty zip tie. Nasty ain't it? Alright. What the fuck is all this? Just like extra? Is that a thing? Shit, that's not what I really wanted. I don't know if we even have space for extra. Okay, hold on. Hold up. There's no... Okay, there's one down here. How the fuck am I gonna... Maybe... like that? That seems terrible, right? Alright, fuck 'em. We're gonna do it anyways. So, whenever it's all bunched up, unironically, it does have better signal path, and like there's a better chance that you don't have interference than if it's all lined up and super clean. Now, is this going to make troubleshooting probably like 5 times harder? Yeah! That's what you came here for, right? You weren't here for the perfect fucking cut. You weren't here for, you know, Linus cut tips. You want actual someone who knows what the fuck he's doing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I swear to God, I'm fucking... I can feel it. Come on. Come to me. Come on me. Come on. Oh my God, I can feel it. There it is. There it is. There it is. Alright. Whoop. Should do. Alright. Let's clean all this up. See what all fits in one zip tie. Boop. Holy shit. A lot does. Alright. Well, there's no like crazy shaboing. This could actually do it. Oh my god. They're fucking doing it. Right. Look at that. What the fuck is that noise? How did it stop? No. Had to be that box. Alright. Alright. That's 2 out of 7. Let's go get got. Alright. I'm just gonna start shoving shit. I swear to God, I keep hearing like a tapping noise. I'm sure you can't hear it because the compressor and like all the floor. So I've canceled out the audio floor here, or the ambient floor, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, noise floor, whatever. I've canceled all that out because that's just how it's supposed to be. But I swear, there's something going on in the background. There's like a tip tap, and no, I'm not schizophrenic. I'm not fucking insane. I can hear it. I can see it. I just don't know what exactly it is because I'm moving too fast. I'm focusing on this right now, and so I'm not able to actually like realize exactly what that is. Now, I mean, look at that. Look how beautiful that is. It's not. It's not fucking beautiful. I don't give a shit. You know why? Because I build computers so they work. That's it. I don't build computers for YouTube views. I don't build computers because insert blank here. I am not sponsored. I don't give a fuck. I just need it to work. I need it to be simple enough that I can solve the problem. That's it. That's what we do. And that's like the same mentality you should be looking into it. Most of these guys who are like, oh yeah, we're going to build a PC. Yeah, they're fucking idiots. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't fundamentally understand how this thing works. They don't fundamentally understand why you do certain things a certain way. In all honesty, having a messy cable setup is better than if everything is like perfectly routed and everything's perfect. Yeah, no, you don't actually want that. Would I like that? Sure. I'm more autistic than artistic. Yes, of course. I would love for everything to be in straight lines. That's not what we're doing. That's not it. It's actually detrimental. It's bad for the end goal if you do that. So, there you go. That's the reality of it. Most of these guys who are like building PCs are functional idiots because, you know, whatever. And yeah, they have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea why they're doing it. All they know is, well, if I make the lines more straight, then I get more viewers. Who the fuck cares? What should matter is, alright, here's what you're doing, here's why you're doing it, here's how you get better performance. I'm not fucking people. These guys are fucking people all the time. And they're sponsored for it, and they're paid for it, and it makes absolutely no sense. Like, it makes no sense what they are doing. Anyways, sorry. Right back to it. I think it was a bucket. I think it was the bucket down there full of screws that was making all that squeaking noise. I'm going to put one more right here, blowing in, one more right here, blowing in, one more right here, blowing out. And then the top two, though, are going to go through the AIO, which is the all-in-one cooler. It's literally a liquid exchange. So basically, you have the hot part. Actually, let me show you. So imagine that you had a hose, a garden hose, running straight to this. And the garden hose comes straight out. And then there's a big, basically swimming pool where everything's going. And then there's a fan blowing across it. What it's going to do is going to make this little piece of metal really cold. It's going to make all the water really cold, and life is good. That's called an AIO, all-in-one cooler, AIO. Most of them are like $200, $400, $300, whatever. We're using one that's like $60 because fucking obviously, I'm not rich. Like, I don't have a lot of money. That's why. Like, I don't have a lot of money. You don't have a lot of money. Fucking, that's why. Like, and so we're going to use one. It's going to last like 3 years, maybe 4. That's good enough, right? In all honesty, all you can ask out of this world at this point is something that you can afford that will last as long as we can, maximize our budget, and then just like run with it. Like, you see right here? You see how I can stick my fingers in this little back pocket? Yeah. And if this was a brand new build, there'd be like a little piece of metal that covers it up. Well, guess what? It isn't. This is not a brand new build. And we are saving literally thousands of dollars because I can stick my finger in there. Who cares? Who cares? No one. Fine. Seriously. Like, people need to start treating this shit more like what it is. And that's ridiculous. That's one of the things. Now, am I still being ridiculous? Did I just replace pink fans with white fans just because it's more aesthetic? Duh. I mean, fucking duh. Like, yeah, obviously. Is that technically something else? No. No, it isn't. I'm doing it based on aesthetic. But if this makes $150 difference, yeah, this is going to happen. It's just how it is. I mean, $150, that's half of this guy. Yeah, I'm not going to change that. $150 is half of this guy with the RAM that was sent with it. Yeah, I'm not going to change that. Like, no, $150 is a significant amount of money. That's like an entire day's work. Imagine you go to work, you do absolutely everything, you work all day. You know, let's say it's a Tuesday. You show up, you work, you do everything you need to do, get it all done, you leave, all right, go home, cool. $150 is added to your paycheck, cool. And all it does is buys a little piece of metal. Sits right here. An entire day for a little piece of metal. No, we're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. You know that's not what we're doing. You know we're not like that. Hell no. No. We value it. So, next up, I probably need to install the RAM. Again, this is all completely untested. I should have done that. Did I do it? No. Am I going to do it? You going to be with me? So, let's do this. I'm going to do 2. Now, there's a key. See how it's down here? Shboinga. Yeah. Oh, actually, I should probably look up the shit. This one has it. Yeah, it's right there. All right. I don't know if you can read it. I have a fucking flashlight. I have a flashlight somewhere. Look at this. Sorry. That's what's going on there. All right. What was I doing? Oh yeah. All right. So, can you even see? I'm trying. Hell no, you can't see it. All right. All right, inside. All right. So, what this is saying, just not squish at all. All right, this one, this one, this one, this one. Can you tell? This one, second one down, fourth one down. And it literally says first, A, first, B. So if you only had one, you do this one, the second one down. If you had two, do this one down. That's it. Don't do three. Never do three. It makes no sense. Like, you are actually inviting instability and like actual problems and stuff. Don't do three. Never do three. Because it's one channel. So it's quite literally one channel is these two. Two channel is these two. One, two. If you do three, then you're splitting one or splitting two. If you split two without splitting one, you might actually crash the entire computer. Don't do that. So, channels. These are direct lines of communication. Imagine that you had a cell phone or a phone. So imagine that you had a phone that... Alright, let me back all the way up. Alright, channels. Imagine that you have a phone that can call your mom, right? This one right here, direct contact. All right, you're calling your mom. This one right here, okay, you're calling your sister, who is already talking to your mom. Perfect. This one, B. All right, you're calling your mom. This one, you're calling your sister, who's already talking on the phone with your mom. Now, here's where it gets crazy. If you only have one, then over here, half this CPU has to call your cousin. Yeah, your cousin, who's not even here, your cousin, who calls your sister, who then calls your mom. It's 2 steps removed. Does that make sense? Basically, it's so far removed, it takes so long for it to get there. You never want just one stick of RAM. See, if you have just one stick of RAM, that's horrible. You're gonna have a bad time. It's actually better to have 2 shittier sticks of RAM, 2 shittier phone lines. So, like, all right, you want to call your mom. All right, cool. Direct phone line. Perfect. And then, oh, you want to call your mom again. All right, perfect. We can come over here and then direct phone line. I'm pretty sure I fucked this up somehow. Let's see. 1 2 1 2. Yep, there it is. Sorry, it's the far one is the second one. But yeah. So this one is your primary. I'm calling my mom, or calling your mom. Secondary, I'm calling your mom. These are both direct calls. These are 2 different phones. Now, as soon as you remove one, everyone has to loop through this one phone call. It's going to go to hell, obviously. Like, this is a bad idea. And then, whenever you put a whole bunch of them inside of there, that also goes to hell. But it's good if you have very specific workloads, which you don't. You're trying to build a gaming PC. So, here we go. We're just going to slam in, I think 32 gigs. 16 gigs, 16 gig. Make sure that these all match. By the way, GVK, serial numbers. 133260. Okay, these are sequential serial numbers, which is good because that means that they pass QV immediately after each other. Now, I am going to use the first one that that passed quality assurance. It's actually QA. Sorry, I said QV. I'm going to use the first one in the main channel, which is the one closest. Also, remember the keying? Remember how it's offset? Oh, well, it's offset inside of here too. And make sure all these are popped up all the way. And then I'm actually going to try to deliberately give you a good view. Let's see if we can do this without fucking breaking something. You're going to hear a snap on the bottom. I cannot pop these. These bottom ones are fixed. This is just the biggest pain in the ass because then you're scraping everything. It doesn't matter. I'll explain it later. Heard a click. Heard a click. Now, perfect. This is actually a really good board, by the way. So, listen. Heard that click? And the top one, now in normal boards, in most of them, you have to tip this up a little bit, and then you heard that. Shimmy to shake. You don't have to push down that hard. So it's less than if you've ever squeezed a avocado, it's less than that. If you ever squeeze I'm trying to think, like, what's something that you just like, it's less force than what you squeeze a doorknob, all right? It doesn't take that much thumb pressure, okay? Like, it should just slap in. Now, are there exceptions? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I actually have a motherboard that I'm staring at right now. It's like this guy. Nope. Yeah. This guy right here. So this is Super Micro. This is an actual server motherboard. This guy, yeah, huge pain in the penis. You have to like pop it up and then like click it in there and click it in there. The thing is, this is designed to run for like 10 years straight. Remember, I said we replace servers after 3 years? Yeah, it's a whole thing. We basically throw them away. The reason is every second of downtime is worth more than what it costs to replace them. That's the thing. That's how we live life. Anyways, now I need a back fan that goes that way. And remember, these guys are all going this way because this is the back side of the fan. So this needs to go the fuck away because I do not want this getting damaged. That would bother me to no end. Alright. See what else we got. Started hearing the fireworks. It's happening. Sorry, I'm going to check on everything. The bottom of this right now is actually the back side. That's the back end, right? That's the bottom. This is the back. This is the top. This is the front. Kind of confusing, but we'll get it. You'll get it as I build it. Alright. Backside. I think backside, I want Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight through here, even though there's no plate. Normally there'd be a plate right here, and you only have one option. You have to go that way, but we're still gonna run it. This kind of sucks. In all honesty, I'm very upset. Ooh, look, bright color screws. Ooh, woo. Yeah. Also, we are sticking with the Thermalrights. I've had failures with some of these every once in a while, but the alternative is what my girlfriend has, which is Thermaltake, and they are. I spent $250 on fans. On fans. So, you know, that's the thing. These fans in total are like 14 or 15, $16, something like that. Alright. This one needs to be an exhaust fan, so it should be like this, right? Because the Thermaltake is on the front, goes through it, because it spins this way, goes clockwise, because you spin me right round, baby, right round. And what do we do with twisty ties? Snip them fuckers off there, because we're not playing games. We don't have time for that shit. Seriously. Boom. Alright. Now, unloop the hoop-de-doops, because if it's, so like these little kinks, like this, if you pull them tight, that can actually break the wire inside of it. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, what? No. Why would I do that? Well, in the 2000s, a bunch of automakers realized that, hey, if you just like increase the voltage of signals, yeah, it, like I said earlier, right? Like, here's microphone level, and then here's line level. But if you're at mic level and you're running, oh, wow, here's interference. And that interference is just suddenly in there. But if you're running line level, a higher voltage, you don't have that issue. All right, perfect. Well, also, if you run higher voltage, you can have a thinner cable instead of. Sorry, I should have this ready already, but I do have a perfect example right here. You can have a thinner cable, see how thin that one is, versus a thick boy, right? For the same distance. Because the voltage is higher, you have less amperage, which means like if you imagine water, it's like you have less water flowing through it, but it's going faster. That's the best way to describe it. So this is like less water but faster, and which is like if you put your thumb over the end of a garden hose. This one is like low and slow, just like crank it to the max. So, long story short, the voltages are the differential right there between mic and line, which it actually carries over to all kinds of other crazy things. Well, you can run really thin cables if you run really high voltages. And that's why all of our fans now are 12 volt instead of 5, and that's why cars are trying to go to 48 volt instead of 12. The problem with it is that if you run 48 volt instead of 12, well, the inherent shock value, like the resistance that humans can just touch and not feel, is like 62, depending on a whole bunch of circumstances. So like 48 is the absolute maximum because there's going to be times that there's like transient spikes, there's differentials because of the rubber tires, and so like the vehicle is so far off the ground that like you can build up a voltage differential between the car and the ground. And so yeah, we have that to look forward to. Anyways, I don't remember what the fuck prompted that, but yeah, there it is. I probably should have been looking at the levels of this, but yeah. I'm assuming you heard me. Is what it is. Anyways, yeah, this is a 12 volt fan. This right here is going to be 3.3 volts, 12 volt ground, and I think negative 5 volt. I think they still have negative 5 volt inside of this, just like tucked in. And so I need to keep it ugly and like interwoven. And so I'm just going to like throw the rest of this shit in there. Oh, yeah. And that's what we were talking about. We were talking about how kinks can cause actual problems. Because, yeah, it can cause actual problems. Like outside of just EMF, electronic. What is it? EMF. It's EMF. I know that. Because just like it's bullshit that happens outside of it that somehow picked up. That's a problem. I don't remember. Electromagnetic frequency? Yeah. EMF. Electromagnetic frequency. Interference. EMFI. Got it. Yep. Alright. This one going straight out, which means it's going to go this way. See? See the fans? See the fans? Yeah, it's just going to blow straight out. It's fine. Now, hold that there. Grab a couple screws. Screws-y doozies. Looks like this motherfucker's been built in before. Oh, yeah, that's because the original fans that were already installed. Forgot about that. Perfect. Again, not sponsored, but these motherfuckers do work. Like, yeah, Torque Test channel proved that. Starting to hear them explosions outside. Getting there. Don't get in there. Pop, 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 pop. So what I did there is there's a gear reduction system inside of here. There's a spur gear. Long story short, it takes more energy to reverse the little tiny motor because there's an itty bitty little motor inside of this. It takes more power to reverse it because the gears and like the way they lock up and all that kind of stupid stuff than it is to press forward. And so I can stop just as soon as it starts to get like a little tight and then snug it up by hand without switching. This is why power screwdrivers, if you have to anything with your hand, literally ever, even if you don't do it for a living, this is $20. This will save you hours and hours, even on this little tiny build. And I've already drug out this build. I mean, this is, what, 2 hours in? Where are we at? Hold on. We are... Oh, shit. We are 5 hours in. Is it 4? Alright. Sorry, I just had to go double check, but yeah. We are 3.5 hours in. What did that go? What? What? That's that one. smells pretty good. I don't know what that smell is. It's not coming from this. Am I having a stroke? What is happening? Oh. Oh. Alright. This. Oops-a-doo. Now we are going to use the onboard RGB controller. Just so everyone's aware. The built-in Windows. Alright. Yeah, I should actually explain. I should really do a whole episode about that. Huh. I guarantee that no one knows that one. And shit, if no one knows the anti-cheat, they're definitely not going to know that. Alright. So basically, we are going to use the onboard RGB, except we're not going to use the onboard RGB. It gets kind of weird here. So, the idea is that we use the RGB controller that's built into the motherboard, except we're not going to use a software that is built into the motherboard that interacts with it. The reason for that is because it's inherently broken and very volatile. This is, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is just another reason don't play video games on the computer that you're logged into, like your email and banking and stuff. But still, like, you guys need to know this. Yeah, something. Is it these? Yeah, it's these. These fans just stink. There's like a formaldehyde smell to them that is no bueno. For sure. It's starting to give me a headache. So that's pretty fun. So I open up I open up the door. We're gonna see how that works out. See if we can try to unfuck the situation. Anyways, let's see. J Rainbow 2. Is there J Rainbow 1? Hell yeah. What's that? Pump fan 1. CPU fan 1. Perfect. So. Smelling so bad. Honestly, like this just started stanking. Nowhere. It's not polite. It's not pleasant. My face is starting to hurt. Alright. 1 and 2. Alright. Pull that one down. Beautiful. Honestly, I think this is going pretty good. Look at that. Like, Alright, so air goes up, goes out, comes in. Yeah, this is gonna be easy. Easy with the squeezy. Of course. Motherfucker's zip tied again. Whoop. Then, of course, I didn't say anything just so you could hear it. Yeah, that click. Of course it didn't. I know. Fuck them. Fuck me. Why not? Alright. Undo the kinks, because that's an easy way to break it. Because cables are very thin. Undo the kinks. Wow, shit. This is like actually complicated. Alright. Undone. Easy peasy. Whoop. Like that. Is it pretty? It's not the prettiest. Is it gonna work? Duh. What you did. It's actually kind of tricky. So, look at the way that one sits. I think right there. I think like just bottomed out, right? I think that's it. Think that's gonna be it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What's the worst that could happen, right? Should do. Yep. 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 Alright. Yep. Also, just motherfucker. As I say that. Alright. I'm back. I'm here. Fuck me. you can't exactly tell. You see how this guy is down here? I actually need to feed it through this bottom loop to be able to keep it out of the fan. Which means, somehow, I need a tool shove inside of here. Alright, I can see why people buy like pre-built PCs. The problem is, you really don't have the control. You don't have the control of like what components go inside of it. Like, oh, okay. You say, all right, I want a fast whatever. I want it fast. I want it nasty. I want insert blank here. Well, in all honesty, you can't get most of those things from most of them companies because obviously they're in the business of making money, right? They know what works, right? They know winning combinations, but they're going to charge you for it. They charge you for the knowledge. That's really what it is. Like Falcon Northwest, Starforge, all those guys, they are charging you for the knowledge of, I mean, unironically, like these guys spend millions of dollars buying, testing, checking, verifying, validating what the hell works. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're like, well, what? The difference is they're spending, their computers are 4 and 5 and 10 times more expensive than if you just built it yourself. You're absolutely right. You are correct. You are fundamentally correct. Yes, you are right. I mean, I have an example right here. Hold on. Well, not here. Don't look at this. This is not an example. But if you... Oh, motherfucker, I swear to God. Fucking get out of there. Get out of there. Anyways, yeah, this is like $1,200-$1,600. You don't know it, but this only works in very specific computers. The only way that you know that is by having 1,000 different computers and then trying this NVIDIA RTX professional card in all of them. This is how it goes. And no, I'm not fat. I live in an old house, and I just stepped on something. It's fine. But yeah, all those guys, like the system integrators, especially at the highest level, all they're doing is they know what works fundamentally. They put everything together because they've tried and tested absolutely every combination. They give you what you are asking for, and then they charge accordingly. Does it save you probably reasonably? It's probably saving you like 3 to 5 days of work. That's roughly what it takes to be able to accomplish what we're doing here. How much do you make per day? Multiply it by 3 to 5. And or if you have free time, like if this is your hobby, then obviously just like fucking watch what I'm doing. I'll run you through it. If you're trying to do this for a profit, obviously you should be just outsourcing it. I mean, in all seriousness. And I'm not being paid by anyone. And will those guys ever sponsor me? No. Fuck no. No. Those guys want to be as far away from this, Sarbamba as they can. They do not want to be near this because I say crazy shit. I talk shit. I mean, I was talking shit about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey's wedding, like, what, 4 hours ago. I just made a video and I was like, hey, did you know that their wedding? So, Travis Kelsey and Taylor Swift's wedding at Madison Square Garden, and I haven't even done the math on like the people that flew in, but we have that data available via flight data. Yeah, more open source shit. Anyways, long story short, just them setting up the venue at Madison Square Garden was roughly the equivalence to like a mid-size data center to a large data center, like depending on how you calculate it, depending on if you want to actually calculate the infrastructure load, because New York like splits the heating and cooling load of all their big buildings. Anyways, they had approximately, and this is bottom estimate, 8 to 10 megawatts. Bottom estimate. Like, and reasonably, it's 10 megawatts, very minimum total load on the system. Doesn't make sense. Anyways, long story short, these people are using so much power just to get married, and then the taxpayers have to pay for it. Shit's absolutely insane. Yeah. This shit makes no sense. And then you realize that, oh, okay, how much does a data center use? Yeah, about 10 megawatts. So, like, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey's private, invite-only wedding was roughly the same as a data center existing for at least 4 days. It takes days to cool these down. I've worked in broadcast, I've worked inside of these arenas, I've worked in these situations. Yeah, I can tell you that it takes days and days and days to cool down and like work down an entire arena or whatever. And yet, the rest of the people in New York are like, they're going through blackouts. Shit makes no sense. Like, they are so far removed from fucking reality. It makes absolutely no sense. And then here we are. We're trying to build like $1,000 computer because anything more expensive is just like, it's too expensive. You can't afford it. That's it. Like you cannot afford more than $1,000 computer. Like, shit's actually wild, right? Like, you gotta remember that people are literally shutting off your air conditioning because they held a wedding. What the fuck are we doing? That doesn't even... Yeah, and again, that doesn't include the heat from the private jets of everyone flying in. That doesn't include all the hotels and, like, everything else that's going on. This is so insanely wild. And I'm libertarian as fuck. I'm like, hell yeah, go for it. Except our infrastructure at the bottom, at the end of the day, cannot support what is about to happen. The AI revolution is done. The AI bubble has popped. It popped like a month and a half ago. I can actually prove it. I'm going to do that on a separate clip. No one's ever going to see it, but yes, I can prove to you that the AI bubble popped literally a month ago and no one cares. Well, actually, a lot of people cares. The reason why you don't know about it is because your retirement fund is funding it. You are literally, your retirement fund is replacing private equity. So private equity, what they did is they were like, oh, it's worth this much. And they started selling it that bit. And then one of them were like, oh, we can buy it at 1,000. And then the ask to call ratio, and there's a automatic algorithm now that just like automatically feeds from that. So as soon as you hit this price point, it just feeds and replaces. Private equity was able to completely liquidate themselves out of AI. Meanwhile, your retirement funds, which is from stock traders, to say the least. I was going to say share traders, but it's really stock traders. But it's not even that. It's hedge funds. So you have hedge funds, which are funded by stock traders, which are funded by retirement fund managers. The fact that none of these have the term degenerate gambler inside of them just like explains to you what's actually happening, right? Like none of them are willing to self-identify of what's actually wrong with them. Anyways, yeah, your investment portfolio, your 401k is about to take probably reasonably, so it should be a 25% drop. Reasonably is going to be about an 8 to 10% drop. Doesn't sound like much, but if you've been investing for 40 years, you're about to lose 4% of your life. Like that. It's just gone. It's wiped off the face of the planet. Before you ask, yes, there is a replacement. No, we are not going into a recession. We're shifting into video games, which is why this video is so important. Is because if investors shift into video games and they're not stupid, like just pulling their money out, and they actually shift it into money making investments, Rockstar is not one, obviously, because it's already to the hilt. Now, will Rockstar absolutely set every single video game record ever? Yes. Will they set every single entertainment record? Yes. Obviously. That's about to happen. It's currently happening. You are watching it in slow motion. The difference is, where are you comparative to what's about to happen? You are probably sitting on the sidelines, in all honesty. Do you want to be in the mix of things? I don't know. I don't, that's not this channel. This channel is technology. The next bubble is not... AI is done, obviously. The next bubble is gaming. And quite literally, you are looking at it. Gaming has not appealed to girls and women. What the fuck are we doing? Sorry. It's I know, that's really a clip, but it's also, what the fuck are we doing? Long story short, girl gamers are the future, and no one sees it. They're absolutely stupid. It's People spend more money on gaming every year they do on any other individual type of media. Oh, you want to go to the movies? Well, that's less than video games. Oh, you want to go to a concert or stream music? That's less than video games. You want to fucking insert blank here. You want to go to a football game. You want to go to a basketball game. You want to go to a baseball game. Combine all of them. Put them all together. It's less than video games. Girls play video games. No one noticed. I mean, shit. I just do the back end. right? Like I worked on servers. I worked on multi-million dollar loadouts, and I never thought twice about it. Here comes the neighbor. Mowing his grass. Yeah, I never thought twice about it because it wasn't a thing that we were caring about. It's absolutely wild that AI has crashed. No one noticed, and yet the replacement is directly in front of you. Now, do I say run out and, invest in video game developer studios? No. Fuck no. I don't give investment advice. That's a terrible idea. Like, I don't believe in stocks at all. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, it's different. But a nice big reset. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna put this fan this way, so it goes that way, because remember, regular fans, they go this way. Bloop. So, try to route this way. I love how I just dropped a bombshell. No one's gonna flinch. No one's ever gonna remember this clip. Like, I'm a professional in the industry of artificial intelligence specifically. Actually, that's what I got a degree in it from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and yeah, no one's ever gonna see this clip, which I think is absolutely fucking hilarious. But yeah, you're just funny. It's funny that Anthropic, they had their shit leaked. They had their stuff, they had their source code, which is basically their secret sauce, leaked, and somehow their valuation went up. Like, no, that's not how that works. But then, even better is like, if you ever read the source itself, it's the exact same stuff that we were taught in 2010, right? Like, if you were in college at MIT in 2010, this is your study. Like, well, it's computer science, machine learning, because that's what we used to call it, because that's fundamentally what it is. It's not artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is something that we're still like 40, 50 years away from. But yeah, the course was called Machine Learning. It was a computer science course, and you would just have to take it on your way. Like, well, it was an elective on your way to getting an actual electrical engineering degree or anything similar. You could optionally take this course, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a damn good course. Do I believe in all the politics that the specific instructor had to teach us? No, not exactly. Because I'm libertarian as fuck. I hate all politicians. So, don't ask me about politics because I hate everyone. More or less how it goes. And that's more or less how it goes. In all honesty. I genuinely hate just all politicians. I've yet to meet one in person that I'm like, this is a good human. Nah. Every time it's like, what are you up to? Like, Why are you just such a shitbag constantly? That's the entire conversation, absolutely every time. And I've met a lot, which is weird. Well, that's also why. That's part of why. There's part of why you'll never see my face. Is because it's. I've been public-ish. All right, we're still at 10 watchers. If you don't mind, I would like to go pee again. Unless you need anything. No one's saying anything in chat, so. What is? I guess? I don't know. I don't know what you guys are up to. So I have to put an AIO at the top. We're going to loop it. I think we're going to put it at the top and then have the lines come down and then like circle around and then bloop it. Maybe hard keen. Yeah, that'll work. So we're going to do a twisty, a swirly whirly. Something like that. Go bloop. Run that and then install the GPU, plug in the power, and then we can first post. Still gotta clean everything, obviously. We can do a first post, get it running, check everything, try to get into the UEFI, see if we can do a BIOS update, because I have the latest BIOS right here, which is only a few months old, which should be new enough, in all honesty. So I've had this for like months and months and months. But the problem is, like, Amazon just keeps getting fucking worse, right? Like, they just keep yeeting shit. Like, look at that. This is the box that we're using. You see how it's just crashed in on the corner? Yeah. And then, here's the one before that. You can see that it's just like generally fucked. This entire edge, all the way down. Yeah, that's not good. Then here's the first one. Yeah, first one has this nice little wrinkle dinkle. I swear they're just like yeeting it. What is going on here? It's like they just took the whole thing and just like slammed it straight into the ground. Makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. In case you're wondering, Amazon is absolutely getting worse. And this is the second case that they had to send me because the first one was open, used, and the USB 3.0, this little guy, was completely broken. So, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Idiots. Anyways, yeah, I gotta go pee. I'll get some water. If you need anything, take a break. I should do, like, an away screen. I know. So, like, I have a regular away screen. The girlfriend told me that I should do a countdown for the beginning. I don't know how you guys feel about that. And, ooh. Yeah, anyways. We need to figure out what we're doing. I hear dogs. I hear explosions. This is fantastic. Anyways, I'm gonna set you to the away screen. I'll be right back. Sorry. All right. Sorry, everyone. I accidentally banned someone that I shouldn't have because I'm about to make this motherfucker a moderator. Just because, yeah, he was talking shit, so now he's a moderator. Trying to figure out how I can do this. All right. Account settings, account something, moderation. What the hell am I doing here? All right. So, yeah, basically, someone was talking absolute shit, being super artistic, and yeah, now he's gonna be a mod because, well, it's because I think that's funny. Do I think that's gonna work out in my favor? I don't really care. In all seriousness, I don't care, and you know who you are. You just got like I accidentally banned you, and when I was trying to mod you, so this is gonna be absolutely hilarious. Buckle up, fucker. All right. Where the hell would you go? Your account options, account info. All right. Sometimes I should probably have this all unified on one, except like I believe in actually separation of church and state. Not really, but in all honesty, this is gonna be really spicy. But no, I don't believe in church and state separation. I believe that it should honestly probably be together. Uh, because like church, yeah, you don't absolutely follow it to the letter of the law, but it gives you good ideas. And it gives you a general idea of what should not be a thing. Sorry, I'm cursing at my AI chatbot because honestly, AI is not what it is. It's not actually artificial intelligence. All it is machine learning. It's just pattern recognition of stolen content. That's all that it is. I'm sorry that I don't have anything to show you while I'm doing this and like yelling at Chat PP. I actually pay for Chat GPT. I actually have an enterprise account. So like I'm spending a non-trivial amount on this, but yeah, this is super super infuriating for me because like I'm spending basically a lot of money every month to have an enterprise account, and yeah, here we are. It fucking gave me muting. Give me banned, motherfucker. Like, what are we doing? I don't know. Does that work? No. No, it doesn't work. Where's that motherfucker? Ugh. I swear to God. Dude, if I find your post, yeah, your ass is modded. I'm going to find you, and you are going to get modded. So, yeah. Swear I'm going to find your ass. Where is he? Muting. I didn't mute him. No, it's not a moderator. All right. Well, if anyone's wondering, Rumble's super fun. This is so bad. All right, yeah, I know. I'm blacked out on all screens. Hold on, we're coming back. I'm just trying to get everything back together. Be right back. All right, and we're back. About 3/4 of the way through, which means I honestly I need to do a recap. So we were doing a used PC. This is a i7-12700KF. We got it for like $300. Had 16 gigabytes of RAM, which is not enough in the current day and age. So we upgraded it. We're now running 32. The 12th generation Intel is the last good or decent Intel CPU that was ever built. I know I already said this to anyone that's been watching from the beginning. There's only like a handful of you guys. Doesn't matter. The 12th gen had a problem though. See, with the 12th gen CPU, everything's supposed to be flat. See the top of it, but it's not. The 12th gen is actually curved, literally like this. So it creates all kinds of crazy problems. It creates heating and cooling problems. It creates die problems. It creates connection problems. All these crazy issues. The 12th gen, when it works, is the best Intel CPU that they ever made. The 13, the 14, the new Core Ultra, Core Ultra 2, trash, 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 trash. All four of them. Are they more expensive? Absolutely. Still junk. Like, the fuck are we doing? The 12th gen is the one that, if you can get running right and correctly, is primo. This is the best bang for the buck. The big question is, can you get it running right? And that's what we're doing here. I have not tested anything that we're doing. So, we have a 12th gen, which is a i7-12700KF. The i7 tells you, all right, we have like a 7 Series BMW. The Dash 12 tells you, all right, this is a 12th generation. Currently, we're on 13, 14, 15, 16. We're currently on the 16th generation of Intel. They're all garbage. Between the 12 and the 16, all of them, the 13, 14, 15, 16, trash, garbage. Stay away from them. They literally burn themselves out. They burn themselves up. Stay away. Anyways, we're running a 12th gen. Right here, we're running DDR4. Why are we running DDR4? So this is last generation RAM, which is like how much you can remember today is like the best way to explain it. So we're running DDR4. Yes. Is there DDR5? Absolutely. This 32 gigs of DDR4 is like $150, whereas This 32 gigs of DDR5, the current shit, is like $700 to $1,400. $700 to $1,400 instead of $150. What can you do with $1,200? I don't know. Just go buy another car. Like, you can do so much. You can pay your rent with $1,200. Like, that is such a massive difference, right? And that's just in the RAM. That's why we're using this RAM. Now, in 4 or 6 years, will you want that faster DDR5 32 gig RAM? Absolutely. In 4 or 6 years, you're just going to replace the whole thing. You can sell this off for, $200-$300. I don't even know if the US dollar, what it's going to be worth in 4 or 6 years. But basically, you can sell this off, move on, make your money back. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to run 32 gigs of RAM because 16 is the bare minimum. This actually came for $300. This board came with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Again, may not make sense. 16 gigabytes is basically the minimum that most modern games require to be able to run. Am I exaggerating? Absolutely. Really, you can do it with 8. But 16 is where you should be, so you can run games, you can play Discord, you can look stuff up, you can do other things. That's why we're going to jump up to 32, we're just going to send it. It's going to be great. Back to it. So this $300, it's basically a $300 core PC. We did, like I said, we switched out the RAM, but the CPU already there, already installed. We are running a 2 terabyte NVMe, which is like the fast boy. That's not the same. So a M.2 is not the same as NVMe. So here we go. See if you can even see those. Ish. Maybe. Let's do that. There we go. Yeah. There's a bucket full of drives. So, you see the one little snaggletooth? Yeah. That means if it has one snaggletooth, it's definitely NVMe. Why does that matter? Well, this guy and this guy, same format. Well, actually, that's a terrible example. Here we go. These guys look fundamentally the same. The only difference is this one has one more snaggletooth. This and this. Yeah, about the same price. But this one, with one snaggletooth instead of 2, is 10 times faster. Same price. This one is 10 times faster, NVMe, versus SATA SSD. And you're like, well, that's not a SATA SSD. A SATA SSD looks like this, right? Like, this is a SATA SSD. Yeah, these two are the exact same. It's just different packaging. This is an M.2 package. This is a regular SATA 2.5 inch package. Exact same things on the inside. It's just this is all compact, squished together. This is spread out, older. That's all that matters. Now, you're going to ask, why are you running one 2 terabyte drive that's super expensive? Shouldn't I have like a backup drive, insert blank here? Yes, you can. You can absolutely run a backup drive. If you're going to do it, you're going to run, wow, I didn't even know I still had this. This is a horrible example, by the way. Yeah, for your backup drive, or if you need like extra cheap storage, this is called a SATA SSD, right? That's what we just saw. SATA power, SATA data. This thing's super slow. Now, this is 1/10 as fast as this. This is slow, right? This is literally just backups. If you wanted a copy of your main drive onto a secondary drive, boom. The problem is, this drive costs as much per capacity as the fast drive. So why buy the slow one if the fast one is the same cost? Literally makes no sense. The reason why it's the same cost, everyone stopped making this. This is discontinued. That's why it's expensive. It's not expensive because it's good. It's not expensive because it's better. It's expensive because they stopped making it. That's the only reason why it got expensive. And then it gets funnier. So, there's a hard disk drive, right? There's a little spinny boy inside of there. There's a whole bunch of little bits, is what we call them. You can't see it. You can't see it with the naked eye. But long story short, if you ever wonder how magnets work, all has to do with polarity, has to do with spin, specifically quantum spin. So like if it's going one direction, then it goes up. If it goes the other direction, it goes down. That's how magnets work. If it goes up, then it's a 1. If it goes down, it's a 0. Some of them can flip it. Doesn't really matter. But it's always consistent. Up is 1. Down is 0. Cool. Perfect. Why does that matter? Well, this thing is spinning, and there's one arm that has to, like, move back and forth across it, and it takes a lot of time. These things are so slow. So, this is slow. That is 10 times faster. That little stick of gum is 10 times faster than this. This guy is 4 to 20 times faster than this. You're like 4 to 20, that doesn't make sense. The math is there, I promise you. What it has to do with is like random, like if you just need random information, like in, I don't know, let's say you're loading a video game. Yeah, this is going to be 20 times faster than this guy. That's how it goes. So, long story short, this guy is so slow, the only reason you need this is if you need like backups on backups on backups, or you have so much data that you're not using, then you spool up a few of these. You might have like some 18, 20 terabyte versions. This is only 3. Like these get, they're the same size, but like the capacity is absolutely insane. But to be fair, the capacity still doesn't match. Whoops. This guy. This is 4 terabytes, 3.84 terabytes. So this is double this. This is faster than that. Still NVMe, but totally different connector. See that? Yeah. Yep. See, M.2, and there's a U.2. It takes a special adapter. It takes an entire PCIe slot whenever you plug it in. This is what we put into $1 million servers. This is what we use. And these little bastards, you can have one of these that's 128 terabytes. Let me back that up. Because that doesn't even make sense. Because you would need 96 of these. You would need, what is this? 256. You need 100 of these. You would need stacks and stacks and stacks to make one of these. And here's the craziest part. This thing, no matter how full it gets, is still 100% fast. This little M.2, this Samsung that I put in here, once it gets over like 10 or 20%, it's going to get very slow. That's just how it goes. That's the way of the world. That's how it works fundamentally. It'll get faster over time, but it's still very slow. This guy is forever and ever and ever going to be just as fast as that Samsung M.2. There's also a $4,000 drive. I think now they're down to like $2,000, but still, there's a $2,000 drive. And that's 4 terabytes for $2,000 retail. Did I pay that? No, I did not. I paid like $300 for this. Pretty good deal, if you ask me. Considering that this whole bastard over here is now well over $300. I can write to this. I think I did the math one time. I think it was like 40,000 times more than this guy. So I can have this 40,000 times longer than this guy. And that's before it like gets into the reserve storage and like does all the other sideways stuff. So fucking obviously this is yeah. I'm gonna do a whole thing about storage and like data recoveries and all the other shenanigans at some point. That's not what we're doing today. Now, next big one is gonna be GPU. So this one, like I said, it's an i7. It's a 12th generation i7. It's an i7 12700KF. What the hell did I just say to you? i7, obviously, it's like a 7 Series BMW. It's pretty awesome. 12th generation. Again, like I said, it's the last of the greats. 700, it's just telling you that it's still a 7 Series BMW. It just is repeating itself. That's all it's doing. And then it says KF, Kilo Foxtrot. The kilo, the K, means that it's unlocked. That means we can overclock it. Are we going to overclock it? Yeah, we're going to overclock the shit out of it. Why? Because I think it's funny. Duh. Duh. F. What does F mean? It means fuck you, buy a GPU. It literally means there's no integrated graphics. And that's it. But we're gamers. We're going to put a... Actually, I'm not really a gamer. I'm actually so bad at gaming that my girlfriend said I needed to stream me gaming because it's somehow entertaining that I'm so bad at it. Anyways, we are going to throw a GPU in anyways. Now, what GPU are we using? It's a 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. This thing's like $400. And it outperforms $800 NVIDIA GPUs. And you're like, that, nuh-uh, NVIDIA is the best. They're the most expensive. They are. They are the most expensive. I cannot argue with you. And you're going to be like, whoa, the Intel has an option. No, stop. Intel's not supported. Anyways, AMD is actually technically better at making chips than NVIDIA. If you ever look at it, the CEO of AMD and the CEO of NVIDIA are actually direct cousins. They are first cousins. They are directly related, which means the two largest companies on Earth to ever exist, the two largest companies on the US stock exchange, are owned by South Korean cousins. That's it. That's all I had to say. Like, that was it. Now, you cannot, just to be fair, you cannot bring chip production stateside that quickly. It just doesn't work like that. Like, it, just to make the machines, you can make the machines, that's fine, but like for the foundations to settle and for everything to be there, it will take 4 to 8 years before we can manufacture silicon stateside at the degree and the level of precision that we do in Taiwan right now. And all the machines are coming from Austria, even though they are American intellectual property, or we can buy them from China now, but those are all knockoffs. It gets really messy really quickly, but yeah. Long story short, AMD is technically better at everything that NVIDIA does. The difference was, back in the day, NVIDIA locked a whole bunch of people behind something that they call CUDA, which is like a kind of software. If you imagine that as like, I don't know, Adobe Acrobat Reader or Adobe Photoshop or Microsoft Word, even though like Microsoft Word, there is a good alternative to that. You don't have to actually use it. So if you imagine someone got locked into Microsoft Excel, right? And they cannot leave Microsoft, and so they have to pay them more and more and more every year, which, if that sounds familiar, because that's reality. Anyways, that's basically what happened with NVIDIA and artificial intelligence, or machine learning as we know it right now. It's not actually artificial intelligence, it's really just machine learning, which is pattern recognition. Anyways, long story short, NVIDIA locked everyone into CUDA, and here we are. Is there any reason for it? No. Is it going to continue? Yes. Until morale improves. That's basically where we're at. Anyway, so AMD is a 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. Again, perfect match for the i7 12700 KF. Like, literally perfect. I think this is a $400 card. To get the same thing from NVIDIA, I think it's $800 or $900 right now. So 5070. Nightmare. But yeah. Anyways, we're going to bloop and shadoop. So, shimmy and shake. Oh yeah, you guys missed the me actually aligning the motherboard. So I actually aligned the motherboard with this case. There's a whole thing about that. I think that'll actually be worth going back and watching. I don't know if you guys just heard my girlfriend yelling in the background. I think imagine she's playing Dead by Daylight. Alright. So, if you look right here, see the bottoms of them? See how it all lines up? Like that? I like that. Nasty McNasty. Who was actually an amazing Marine. Once again, happy 4th of July. Oh. Perfect. Like that. Like that. How good that is. Whoop. Perfect. Alright. Now, let's see. Oh. 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 So I'm using a little extension cable right here. Because I really thought it'd be cleaner to go from the bottom up than from the side out. And clip. And if you don't, yeah, if you weren't watching before, basically you don't actually want all your cables like perfectly straight and clean, because that causes something called induction through eddy currents, which is, like I was saying, if you pass electrons through it, you're going to create an induction field using the right hand rule. And if it's going the other way, which is like the return path, and you're running that way, you're going to cancel out, that's fine. But if you also have another data signal going the other way, what ends up happening is they get intermingled, and then you end up with like half of them going this way, and then the other one's this way, and the one on the left is a signal data. It's a lower voltage because that's how we measure signals. It's not actually a like on or off. It's not 0 volts and 3 volts. It's like 1.1 and 1.3 volts kind of differential. It's, yeah. And then on the right hand side, This is power in. And so, the power is a little bit low. They'll just crank more power, and then all of a sudden there's like even more power that's being looped in through the data signal. That's how you end up with interference. There's more math to it. I don't really want to get into it because I should have just got a computer science degree instead of getting a electrical engineering degree. But you get the gist. You get the idea. So yeah, no cables here are ever going to be like perfectly straight. Like that's just how it's going to go. All right, let's see what else we got back here. Basically, like that. Yeah, that's cable management at its finest. All right, let's see what else we got. I cannot believe that the dude who was talking shit and was like, "Oh, you're in the wrong category. You're under gaming. You need to like get the fuck out." I cannot believe he deleted his comment before I could mod him, because like I was just gonna mod him and just like be like, "All right, yeah, now you're stuck here." Nah. Instead, he fucking dips. Rude. That's impolite. That are rude. Was I going to troll him a little bit? Yeah, a little bit. It's fine. Just a little light trolling. Like I said, no backplane. It's fine. It's fine. Don't need it. Didn't need it. Didn't want it. Actually, didn't want it. Okay. Now. Alright, whatever. So, now what we need. So if you look, show you. See that flex? That flex over time, good. Not good. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna install. That's all I hope to do. What's it do? Supports it. So, what the fuck? Get the fuck in there. Actually, this is kind of new. I've never seen this. Alright, you know what? Fuck you. I'll go from the other side. There you go. Shaboing. Yeah. Gotta remove the bottom one too. Alright. Gotta take out a few screws. Which is fine. Which is fine. Then it's not gonna work. Sorry, I'm just making sure that you can't see my face because I'm so beautiful. You know, don't want to distract you. One. And three. Actually, I wonder what this is actually. I bet this is probably a $2,000 computer if I sit back and look at it. It just costs so much to try to like find stuff. Takes a lot of time. Oh my goodness, I just realized where the RAM went. The RAM that came from this went into the last Gamer Girl PC that I built, which is for, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but yeah. It's for someone that's like really close. It's for a family member. I mean, technically, a family member, right? I think she's a family member. I'm not allowed to. She's a family member. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I went into a another gamer girl PC build. I just realized that. That's where that went. That's the difference. Okay. I'm fine with that. Alright. So, where are we at? We have 2 fans going up. We have 2 fans coming in. We have 2 fans going out. We have 1 fan going out. Easy peasy. Like, we're almost there. All we need now is an AIO. We have an AIO. These twos. Those 2 extras. Extra perks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we have 5 of? One, two. Oh, I would have been short 1. Okay, that makes sense. 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 All right. Holy shit, it's already 5 o'clock and we are not done. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. No, I'm not Canadian. It's our birthday. Alright? So the 4th of July is not actually America's birthday. It's just like the day that America was like, you, me, parking lot, now with Britain. Britain was like, you do realize we wear red because the biggest threat to the British before America was the British. Like, friendly fire was their biggest threat. And the United States was like, yeah, that's cute. All right, cool. You, me, parking lot, now. And they just immediately took their shirt off. I was like, fuck yeah. And ever since then, Britain's kind of... But no, it's good. But honestly, I wonder how much of that is the U.S.'s fault. It's not. It's not our fault. Is it kind of, sort of? Probably. I mean, shit. Most likely. A little bit of that as a purple. A little bit of that as a purple. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. What am I doing here? See the hoop-de-doo? Gotta wipe off the CPU. A little bit of alcohol, scrub it a little. Am I putting in microabrasions? Absolutely. Does it really matter? No. I'm just using a paper towel. Jeez, that was filthy. That was nasty. Ugh. Ugh. Enough. Right? Yeah. The U.S. is not responsible for Britain's decline and downfall. Britain is. UK. What the hell do you want to call them? Alright, let me see what we're going to do. So, I think the best solution here, I'm going to throw it this way, right? And we'll do something like that. I don't know. What do you think? Think like that? And see if we even can. Is the first question. Because we don't know. We don't know. Derp. Derp. Assuming this way. Like that. I don't know. Exactly. This is why you don't ever manually take those off. Alright. The hell? It's perfectly square. What kind of chaos is this? What are we doing? What? What are we doing? It's like perfectly square either way. I think I want it this way though. Right? What? No. What? What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck is going on? Alright, hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. What? Fucking stupid or something? Alright. Excuse me now. Up I leave. That's not English at all. Okay. RAM. So, yeah, it's supposed to go. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Yeah, like that. Alright. Then. Sorry. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Copy. Alright. Now, that's, if you didn't know, the Olivia Rodrigo, like, records and stuff, a bunch of them are fucked. And so we have to get actually a couple too many. But yeah, we got a few too many, and they're actually pretty good. So yeah, we're selling the extras. Actually, we're selling one extra, and hopefully they'll cover something. We'll see. We will see. There we go. Perfect. Now, someone was asking about trying to pick up one of those records tonight, and I completely fucking forgot. Because I'm building a computer. Because I'm more acoustic than artistic. It is what it is. Still good at it though. Alright. Shit, still good at it. Might even be the best. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, there's a middle setting. Okay. Oh. Yes. Queen Slay. Alright, motherfucker. Get on there. So, get it, skeet it. done. Now, here's the thing. Remember, it has a sign on it. It has a whole ass label. I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to like move it so you can actually see it. But yeah, there's like a whole ass label. There's a plastic film on this that if you don't remove this, yeah, you're gonna lose about $1,000 in like 24 hours. Pretty cool. Alright. Isn't this what we're doing? Yeah, approximately. Pop this. See these little retainers? You can pop them off there so then it's easier to move, get everything aligned, and then you can come back to it. Square it up later. Alright. Alright, goop. This one's not bad. That's the first thermal paste from Thermalright. That's not just absolute dried out dog shit. So it's kind of cool. Something like that. I don't know. I like it. So. This case keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller every second. Oh, that ain't it. One. Alright. Now, a whole bunch more twist ties. Sleepy Dibby. Are you starting to see the vision, though? Are you seeing it? Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs? Perfect timing. Goes, and you can pick up twisty ties with magnets. Just so everyone knows. And oh, there's that warning label I was talking about. You see it? Yeah, it's a piece of plastic at the bottom of every cooler. And a lot of people don't remove those whenever they're doing their first build. Then all of a sudden their first build starts smoking. And they're out like $600, $400, $300, $1,000. Not great. Gotta remove that. Eat that. Sorry, I'm just straightening out the cables. I know. Straight cables in 2026? Yeah. Promise you. Makes a difference. Also, I still like how the dude who was like talking mad shit in the chat, I was like trying to mod him, and then he deletes his own chat and then disappears. And I was like, bro, what are you doing? I'm trying to harass you back, and then you're just gonna like bail? That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Loser. Hope he does come back though. It'd be hilarious. Because he knows who he is. I can't say his username, but yeah, he was funny. He's like, you're in the wrong category. You need to fix this. I'm like, how am I in the wrong category? It's literally gaming. What do you think we're gonna do once we build this? Oh, sold on eBay? Oh. Also, those YouTube videos about like people that buy the pallets of shit, and they're like, "Oh my god, look at how much money we just made! We just made like $47,000 off this $400 pallet." No, what they did is they scammed a shitload of people, and they're like, "Oh look, it's brand new. Look at that, that's brand new." Yeah, I actually got one of them, and I was so fucking heated. I had to do a chargeback on a fucking credit card to get my money back. I was so unbelievably pissed off. But yeah, all those are scams. And that's actually why I started this entire YouTube channel, is because, or like, honestly, the YouTube, the Twitch, the everything channels, just because I'm so fucking sick of all the scammers. And like, I just keep seeing it everywhere. Literally everywhere. These people are losing like their entire lives, like 40, 50, 60 years of work just gone. It's just gone to India in like fucking 3 hours. It's absolutely insane. I'm just so mad about it. And it's not just India. Don't get me wrong. It goes to Haiti. It goes to a whole bunch of other really fun countries, you know, places that you really want to bring your children to. But yeah, it's just such a nightmare right now. It's not getting better. And if you think that anyone's going to come and like try to help you or save you, you're wrong. No one cares. These are flat screws. Yeah, perfect. Actually, I have like dozens of those. This real fast. I say this is probably one of the trickier parts. I say that before I actually try to install the operating system, but you know, physically, this is one of the trickier parts. Let's see. Whoop. And whoop-shi-doop. Whoop-shi-doop. With a free runner. Grabbing all the extras. how much fun it is to build in such a small case. Seriously, it is a tiny fucking case. Like, this case could fit effectively anywhere. Ugh. Come on, you fucker. There you go. Like, and I think it's pretty good looking. I mean, look at that build. It's scoot and booch it up, but like, yeah, I don't think that's bad. I think it's pretty good looking. I think you got knocked down one somehow. I'm sorry, I'm trying to. Let's see what happens if I put you right there. See if that's better at all. Oh, yeah. Miles better. See? That's a good looking computer. Right? I think so. And so, once it's fully illuminated, I don't think we're going to have any problems. I think everything's going to be pretty whatever color you want. And I think it's going to be good. I think it'll be good looking. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. Huh. So on the back side here, we have 2 from the top. Side ones are already plugged in. They're already running. Everything else is here. Everything else should be daisy chained. So we hit. Oh, that's upside down. Just whatever. See? Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Nope. Alright. Then. See? 1. Then, what? 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 I think one of these, though, needs to actually be CPU fan. I think one of these needs to be over here, otherwise like the whole thing just like panic modes, if I'm not mistaken. Everything just goes to infinity and then beyond. One of them needs to be moved over. Can't really remember. We'll see. Gonna be the first to find out. Alright, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, where is the pump? Oh, there it is. So the pump itself has its own cabling. So, snippity pippity, obviously. When it's time to undo that shit. Then, this one, you guys go to pump, which is CPU pump, fan 1 pump. This one, whoop, needs to go to the RG bus. Goes through to the back, right? All the way through to the back. Oh wait. Ooh. 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 Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook a little less. Falling down in the background, cooking so hard. There it is. Alright, 1. This thing's like actually so small, it's disorienting. It's really weird. Oops. Okay. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to take 1 RGB, right? So it doesn't matter what, if there's a fan or not, the RGB controls the RGB. And then, yep, it's this one. Then this one comes back out. The safest way to do this. I think this way. Should do. So, CPU 1 fan, RGB, sys fan, no PWM talkback. Everything's routed properly. This guy can actually go right. Can get in there. Look at me. Then, watch this motherfucker not have a Windows license, I swear to God. Alright. Boom! Got it. Alright. Send it. So, worst case scenario, it's DOA. Nope. I don't really have a follow-up to that. I hope it's not. Shit, that would suck. Yeah. It's, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Let's go pee and see what happens, right? Hopefully it works. Is there a large chance that it doesn't? Actually, it's an overwhelming chance that it doesn't. But we're gonna find out. We are gonna find out. Oh shit! I didn't even put you guys on the away stream. My fault. My fault. Should have. Did not. Alright. What's the thing? What are the odds it actually turns on? I don't know. Welcome. We're going to use the Cutie Patootie keyboard. You can see that? Yeah? Okay. My girlfriend is an absolute fucking menace with a label maker. But, that's that. Even better. Wait for a light. Also, let me get this all ready. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. Ooh. Ooh. That. We're done. Alrighty. Then, what is it? It's probably delete, right? I think this is an MSI. Oh yeah, this is an MSI. Should just smash delete like 12, 20 times, and then boom, boom, boom. That's not me. That's the AI. I was just purging bubbles and stuff. Don't judge me. Jeez, I just turned into like a disco rave. Cute, you get really cute. Add me on Discord. No. What is it doing? I mean, other than like a complete disco rave, what the hell is going on over there? The filters and whatnot don't really do this justice. Ow. Like, this is what I'm seeing. So, yeah. That's the thing. There's no output. I'm getting absolutely nothing. So, here comes a shitty monitor. It's like, ow, fucker. Fuck me. Alright, anyways. No signal detected. This is pretty much ideal. I mean, I was going to do something. I would probably want it pretty similar to whatever the hell's going on here. Oh, fucker bit me. No signal detected. Why? Why is there no signal detected? Is it just... Is it memory training the RAM? Is that it? No signal detected. Well, this is fun. This is a disco party, right? Like, oh my god! 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 Look! 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 What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, don't look. Somehow just booted into an entirely different installation Windows. I'm super confused right now. What are we doing? Okay. Something really strange just happened. Apparently there is still a Windows installation on this drive. Here. My solution is dilution. Alright, we're going to do... Alright, let's see if you can... I'm going to move this so you can even see it. That was a practice lift. That's why I have a practice grunt. Okay. And oh shit, let's unplug something. What? What? There it is. Alright. Turn now. Alright. Perfect. Alright. We're going to do in-flash. Yes. Because we have a flashy boy. BitLocker enable partition exists on the system after BIOS updating. BitLocker will prompt for a recovery key. If you don't have a working one, you'll be unable to access these partitions. Do you want to continue? So, this is a real thing, by the way. Like, this is an actual fucking problem that happens. I recently sold a computer to someone. They sent me a message like 6 weeks later. I'm not a dick, so I helped them out. What had happened is their roommate signed in on their computer. It was a Windows machine, obviously. They signed in using their personal account, and then they did some kind of like mod to one of their games, which crashed Windows. Long story short, they needed the BitLocker recovery key to be able to turn the computer back on. So I had to walk them through, like, you need to log into your Microsoft account on another computer, grab that recovery key for that PC, which should be, pretty easily named. I always name it something stupid, like Gamer Girl PC or, downstairs streaming PC or something like that, right? So they log in, they got the BitLocker recovery key, they manually punched it in, they were able to unlock it. If you do not have that, you have to reinstall Windows. Anything that you have on there that you were not like saving onto another drive or a secondary drive, like we were talking about earlier, it's gone. Like, you're fucked. Like, there used to be a bug in BitLocker where you could actually break BitLocker within 2 or 3 hours with a 1080 Ti, but that was like 6 years ago. They've since fixed it. Now, if you don't have the BitLocker recovery key and like Microsoft sends an update and it just kind of like fucks up a little bit, you're smoked. You're done. Like, everything that you had on that computer is literally gone. And so I recommend do not log into a Microsoft account. That's just a really big, roundabout, loop-de-doo, really long-winded way of saying don't sign into your Microsoft account on Windows, because it's going to fuck up at some point, and then you need the recovery key, or like the drive dies, you need the recovery key. If you don't have the password and know exactly which Microsoft account that you're signed into, you are just locked out. And I've seen people lose like multi tens of thousands of dollars worth of work because they don't have the recovery key. So don't sign into Microsoft whenever you're signing into your computer. That's all I'm saying. Also, we don't give a fuck. Like, that drive needs to be wiped anyways. So, derp, derp, this one. Sure. BIOS is updating. Don't touch anything. Always update your UEFI. So, I know everyone's like, don't touch it, don't touch firmware, whatever, don't like change things if it's not broken. That's fundamentally false. See, I worked in high security environments. If you don't update shit constantly, and some of it like just breaks stuff, and it's like a nightmare. If you don't constantly update everything, you are open to attacks. And even if you do constantly update everything, you're still open to attacks. But like, that's why I started this whole video, like this whole channel and stream. Yeah, we're building a Gamer Girl PC, but that's because also like girls are criminally underserved in the gaming community, and also in sports, which is like a whole nother fucking thing. I don't understand that. Like, it's, I get it, cool, you want to go watch men slap around other men wearing tight pants, fine, whatever, but like, don't tell me, like, you cannot tell me that's not gay. Like, that is gay. That's like the definition of gay. Like, I don't care. It's just like, don't lie to me about it, kind of thing, right? Like, I don't understand why women's sports is not like the number one income on earth. It makes absolutely no sense. Women are beautiful. Anyways, what were we talking about? Alright, so here you go to Advanced, OC, M-Flash, OC, Security, Fine, Boot Priority. I need a UEFI USB 1 as no. I need that as my number one. Yes. Fuck. Wait. Fuck. I have the wrong one. Oopsie poopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Burn. That ain't it. My fault. My fault. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold door. Hold door. Hold door. There it is. Boom. Another dun 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 dun. There it is. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh, explosions. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I wanted. It goes good with 4th of July. PTSD. Ugh. Ugh. So tasty. Mmm. So wunderbar. You are kind of quiet. What? Am I kind of quiet? Is that a thing? Am I kind of quiet? Yeah, I love it. This motherfucker. This motherfucker can't. This motherfucker don't miss. Alright. I think you're about to hear a weed eater. Because, pretty awesome. Alright, so if you hold down shift and then click restart and then just keep holding down shift. Yep, there it is. Alright, so kept holding down shift, go down to troubleshoot. Alright, advanced options, UEFI firmware settings, perfect, restart. It doesn't work on everything, but it worked right here, so fuck them. What the hell was that? Should have like a flash mode or some bullshit. I should be able to just like override boot. Oh, there it is. Sorry, excuse me. No idea why I'm very burpy today. I have 2 Kingston drives. That makes. Yeah, Kingston Data Traveler Max 1000. Oh, that's me. Oh. I hate being a fucking idiot. Just so you know, it caused me physical pain to like be like this all the time. Just so you know. Yeah. Did I ride a bus that I could touch the front and the back of the bus at the same time while riding in the bus? Yeah. Maybe. It's fine. Alright. Now it should be reading from the USB. See if it works this time. Also, why the fuck is there an installation on that drive? That makes no sense. I don't think I've used that drive. I don't... Oh, shit. I must have got it used. Oh, there you go. Actually, really interested in how much this cost. So, $400 for the GPU, $300 for the CPU, motherboard, RAM, $200 for the drive. So, we're at $900. This thing was... This, with the fans, is less than $100. So, that's about $1,000. Plus the cooler is like $60. Let's see how this goes. I don't have product key. Assuming it's Windows. Oh, fuck it. Let's just see. Maybe it's Windows 11 Home. But yeah, we're basically at $1,100. One free space. One. What the fuck am I looking at? 1.1. Isn't that 2 terabytes? Did I install the wrong fucking drive? Isn't that... Is that not free space? 1.1 terabyte. Oh, total size. Okay. Like I said, I used to be able to touch the front and the back of the bus. Actually, I have a really funny story about that. This. Alright. So, I have a really funny story about that. So basically, I got pulled out of school early because I had to go to the dentist or something. We were behind a short bus. And for some reason, this kid in the back of the bus, he's like, look in the window. It's fine. I'm like, all right, normal behavior. But he makes eye contact with me. And for some reason, immediately, he starts flipping me off. And I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do to you? I don't understand. And then like more and more of them start like running to the back of the bus and like flipping me off. And I was like, I don't understand what's happening. My mom, she's like, oh, well, they're probably jealous that you escaped. And I was like, well, what? Yeah. So that's the kind of humor that I grew up with, and that's what you get. You're welcome. Also, yeah. We went out to reinstall Windows. Is that motherfucker? So, if you weren't here before, we are not using a regular Windows installer. We're using a modified Rufus one. RUFUS. Yeah. The reason for it is because like I can turn off a whole bunch of privacy shit and make it a lot simpler. But yeah. Also, it's just like a straight fucking disco party now, so it's a whole thing. I feel like that's a pretty cute Gamer Girl PC though. Like once we get the RGB and everything working properly, it'll be good. Nope, not like that. Yeah, not like that either. Nope, that's worse. Nope, that's death. Yeah, that's nope. That ain't it either. Actually, that could work, but okay. I don't like the fading. Blue could work too, right? Like blue and pink. That's the thing. Green and pink. Teal and pink. That could even work, right? Pink and pink. I hear a weed eater. What the fuck was that? Alright. Swear to God, if that's my neighbor, I'm gonna go tell him. I need to borrow his weed eater. Come on. Looks like you started an upgrade and booted before the PC. Good. Shaboing, shaboing. Alright, so this is actually pretty common, unfortunately. You can see that. Hold on. Gotta adjust your focus. This gets you there. Sorry, don't working. Nope, nope, not that way. Sorry, figuring this out. All right, I tried. Like I really did try it. This kind of sucks. So, looks like you start an upgrade, boot it from installation media. If you want to continue with the upgrade, remove it, continue. Let's see what happens. Should bypass because it just overwrote the NVRAM. Let's see how this goes. That's the Winders. Here it comes. Perfect. What's that? fuck are we doing? Go. Fucking go. Fucking go. Let's go already. Hey. Got a hoodie doo shadooba doo. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on here? Oh shit. I didn't plug it in. I don't think so. Come on. Don't worry. We're only overrunning it by like an hour so far. We only have like 4 more hours to go. This motherfucker. go. Hopefully. Okay. Just kidding. Just kidding. JK, JK. Alright. Name your device. Pink. Pink Gamer. Meeks. This is where we die. This is it. This is where we just sit, we wait, we die. This is it. I hope you had nothing else to do, because this is, yeah. This is it. This is purgatory. This is biblical. All we do is we sit, we wait forever and ever. Oh my goodness, you can't even see it. Alright, let me see if I can adjust that. Yeah, see, that's just rude. Where'd it go? Actually, where did it go? I'm washing the other. Why? Okay. Obviously, Microsoft sees the value, and they obviously see the value in video games. That's why they keep packaging them into whatever they're doing. Same thing with Android, right? Like, if you ever notice on your phone, just randomly, there's new games that are installed. Yeah, that's by design. It's because video games reap more income, like more revenue, than TV shows or movies or sports or fucking live streams. If you remove video game live streams from live streams, then yeah, they actually have more. Actually, more streaming services. If you just remove video games from streaming services, boom. People spend more money on video games than literally any other individual. Like, that's just how it goes. Any other individual category. Yeah. That's just how it goes. And yet, people are not paying attention. I do believe, sir. I do believe, no, seriously, AI, the bubble has popped. It's fucking done. Again, the only reason you don't know is because your retirement fund depends on that stock maintaining its stability into the future, its valuation into the future. But in reality, video games are the next one. Obviously, know I'm gonna talk about the fucking whale in the room. It's not even an elephant, it's a fucking whale. Yeah. GTA 6 is going to redefine the entire market. That's it. PlayStation and Xbox, yeah, what are they doing? Oh, they saw an opportunity. They're like, hey, we get rid of physical media. Perfect. And then we can keep reinforcing and doubling down harder and harder and harder until, oh, you want to play a video game on a PlayStation? Perfect. That'll be $19.99 a month. It's the next logical solution to what they're currently doing. No one wants a console. It's just they locked in such a lucrative contract with GTA 6. That's what happened. In a year and a half or 2 years, no one, well, the majority of people that are playing GTA 6 will be on PC, which means that the majority of all people that play video games will be on GTA 6, which means the majority, which means the majority of all people playing GTA 6 will be on PC, period. And then the majority of all people that are playing video games will be on PC. Why the fuck does that matter? It means literally PlayStation and Xbox is driving away their consumers for a short-term gain. They will get a short-term gain. Their stock's going to probably jump, I would estimate, 20%. I mean, I'm not a fucking statistician. I'm not following that shit. I do not believe in the stock market. I think it's all a scam. I think it's fake. I think it's a hoax. Obviously, don't fucking listen to me. I think their stakes are going to jump 20%. Their stock market value will jump 20%. And then I think in about 3 years, after the private equity firms dump their holdings, again, because they're going to get into video games, they're going to dump their holdings, it's going to crash. It's going to crash, and it's going to be like 10-20% lower than where we are right now. Which doesn't sound like much, but yeah, they're going to go up like 300%. Gaming is the next stock market bubble. Just no one's paying attention. No one knows it. It's easy. It's like so fucking obvious to see. No one's talking about it. Still going, by the way, on the installation. Also, yeah, we are, I think, 2 hours past what we were supposed to be. Well, at least an hour and a half. It's supposed to be noon to 5, but everything went really well, so it's now, noon to 8. In all honesty, I'm thinking that like once it's installed, I might just pause it and then start the stream up again tomorrow to actually do like benchmarks, overclock, all that, because that's gonna take like 3 to 5 hours. So I don't know. Up to you. Any ideas? Fuck me. This takes so long. It makes absolutely no sense to why they do. Actually, it does. So they single thread everything just in case like something gets crisscrossed or fucked up in the hyperthreading or inside of the shared cache memory. Long story short, Microsoft doesn't want to fuck up their own updates, so they only put it on one thread. Meanwhile, they put everything else multi-thread, and it's like that's how you get spillover. That's why we have something called a row hammer attack, where we can just be mean to the RAM, and then like expose passwords and super secrets and like all this other bullshit. And Microsoft doesn't stop it. No one stops it because that's how they can optimize their hardware for certain situations. It's like, all right, we're already trading valuable space, secure space for speed. What are we doing? Makes no sense. Like, yeah, I can make it faster, but if I make it faster and someone else can take control of it, then I literally just made a faster computer for my adversary. So, what am I doing? Like, does that make any sense to anyone? Seriously? Doesn't make sense to me. Because yeah, I've made a faster computer, but it's a faster computer that's easier to take over by my enemy. Or honestly, it's typically someone that I didn't even know was my enemy. It's crazy. Yeah. Or something you could have said right there. I'm not going to, but yeah. Yeah, we're gonna call this one quits. As soon as we hit the desktop, we're gonna call it, pack it up, be done. Seriously. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Welcome. Yes. Uh, 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 uh. Sign in. Yeah. No. Sign out. Holy shit. I think this is the one where I have to unplug it, Control Shift Delete, or back, next. And user. No password. Enter. Hi. Hello. Getting things ready for you. That was weird. Right? Plug it in, lights up. Was it not? fuck about going viral on TikTok. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about going viral anywhere. All I care about is like less people get hacked. Alright, so first thing you should ever do, settings. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I didn't do it. Should disable that in the UEFI. It's my fault. Advanced options. Yes. Yes. Advanced. Bunch of these. Back. Install. I should quit it, to be fair. I'm definitely going to go take my contacts out. I'll be back. Alright. Let's see. Check, check, Raj, Raj. Can you hear me? Alright, it's 18:28 right now, Central Time. 18:29, probably. 18:30? Fuck you. Anyways, yeah. I was gonna end the stream, and then the neighbors started popping off fireworks. They started getting rowdy. So, oh, it's not what we're doing. If you've been there and not been square, you know, let's chill. Let's fucking install Windows. Let's chill the fuck out. Let's do this. This is what we're doing. Happy 4th of July. Don't get me wrong. This is Independence Day. This is what we're doing. Saddle the fuck up. Motherfucker, did I really just... Did I already break it? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're doing. Still going. Why can I not? I don't give a fuck. Alright. Not good. Sorry. Alright. Sorry, everyone. No, I fucked up. I was checking everything. Yes, restart now. No, I was looking at all these little pop-ups and like all the bullshit that pops up on all the different platforms. They're like, oh wow, congratulations, you have 4, 8, or 14, or 10 fucking viewers. Alright, I don't give a shit. All I care about is like, the only reason I do this is so you guys don't get hacked anymore. Like, clearly they don't fucking understand. The reason I'm doing this one is because, hey, I built a Gamer Girl PC and go sell it, whatever, life is good. Like, it's not super complicated. I don't feel like it is. It's a matter of, these are things that I normally would have been doing, and then I'm just like running it. Does my face kind of hurt if I stare directly at the RGB? Absolutely. Duh. Do I deserve it? Duh. Yeah, probably. Yeah. This is what we're doing. Yeah, I'm unironically getting cold. I'm gonna have to do something about that. Seriously? Hold on. Hold door. Yeah, it's not. It's not even fucking working. So, here's what we're doing. I put my I Am Knuff hoodie on, and we're going to run through all the updates. Let's check our settings. See if this motherfucker's even activated. Windows. Maybe. You have to go to System. I guess. System. Scroll down. About. Scroll down. Whoop. Whoop. Oh. Windows 11 Home. 25H2. Installed on OS build. Product key and activation. There it is. Oh, fuck me. Yep. 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 Exactly what I have in mind. This is going well, by the way. In case you were wondering, it's pretty much ideal. That's just gotta love that, right? Like when nothing wants to work, gotta love it. Right? Like, how awesome is that? How good is that? You can't buy this kind of happiness. You can't buy this kind of happiness. Also, in case you're wondering, yeah, Windows licenses are like medication. In India, a Windows server license is like $30, 30, like 3 tens. In the United States, it's like 18,000, like 1,800,000. It's a car. It's a Hyundai. Imagine you could buy a Hyundai in India for $30 US. That's the equivalence. It's literally how this works. Meanwhile, here we pay out the fucking nose. Why? Because fuck you. That's literally why they do that. There's no other reason. They hate us. That's it. So, that's gonna hang, and then I'm gonna have to force reboot because it's never gonna fix it. So, it was fun. Let's force restart. It's so exhausting. $1 trillion companies hate U.S. citizens so much they charge us 100 and 300 and 1,000 times more than any other country because they fucking hate us. It's crazy. Shouldn't even be legal, in my opinion. But do I know, right? No. I have to activate this. You can't see how I do it because I don't want you to, copy my license key or anything. Down a little bit of Firefox. Promise I'll show you soon. I'm just trying to fix this installation. Hopefully. Yes, obviously. And install a little bit of tracking software blocker. So I set this to default. Come over here. Yeah, see what this does. You can see that. Oh, maybe. Maybe I need to run that light. Nailed it. You can see. No, you can't quite. Yeah. It's called uBlock Origin. Anyways, what it does is it blocks trackers. It makes it harder to follow you around on the internet because that's rude and a violation of your privacy. Right? Skip, no, no. How do I unfuck the current situation? Right. I need to install Windows, patch it. This guy. Change fans to 0. Been a very long day today, unless I got a treat. my Windows. I got my Windows 11 Pro license. Apparently, input this. Hold on. Oh, what I said. Oh, got it. WRQ. That it. Go back. Adding features. You're 100% there. I'm 100% there. Why the fuck are you still saying loading? I don't understand. What? Oh. System. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. here to update. Up, up, on, download, install. I think we're gonna end it with that tonight. We've already ran 2 hours over what we should have been. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Anyways. What do you mean, just complete? Check for updates. What these? I'm looking at it. Alright. I don't know what the hell's going on over here. Oh. Yep. We are signing off. I'm just going to keep updating. And then we'll come back tomorrow. We'll overclock it. We'll fix it. That's going to be great. Everyone have a good 4th of July. Try not to die. Love you all. Good night. I say good night. I say goodbye. I say good night. And you don't leave. Get the hell out of here. You don't have to go home, but you got to get the fuck out of here. Good night.